You know, there's a saying that weakness arouses evil. And Donald Trump and I believe that the weak and feckless foreign policy of this administration, led in the first term by Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, has weakened America's place in the world and emboldened our enemies. I mean, whether it was moving red lines in Syria, whether it was feigning a reset with Russia, whether it was the precipitous withdrawal of all American forces from Iraq that allowed ISIS to literally rise up, conjured up out of the desert sands to overrun those hard-fought and hard-won areas in Iraq, or whether it was an American foreign policy that actually boasted of, quote, leading from behind. I truly do believe that the policies of this administration have made America less safe and the world less secure. We live in a time of a widening fight, of an enemy in radical Islamic terrorism, an enemy in an ISIS caliphate that brought violence not just to New Jersey and Minnesota, where it inspired terrorist attacks, but we think of Orlando and San Bernardino and Chattanooga and the Boston Marathon and Fort Hood. Now, this White House press secretary just the other day actually said that we were in a, quote, narrative fight. Did you see that? We were in a narrative battle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump and I know we're not in a narrative anything. We are in a battle against radical Islamic terrorism and the ISIS caliphate, and we need a president of the United States who is willing to take the fight to the enemy. Now, Hillary Clinton says that my running mate's rhetoric, quote, gives comfort to our adversaries. She actually said that the other day. Well, Hillary, strength does not give comfort to one's adversaries. Weakness does. And that will end the day that Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, because he will lead on the world stage with American strength. He will stand with our allies and stand up to our enemies. And America and the world will be safer as a result. Maybe that's why so far more than 160 retired admirals and generals, including 17 Medal of Honor winners, have endorsed Donald Trump to be the next commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States. You know, they got a debate next week, and I expect national security will be on the docket, right? And I have to tell you, we know what kind of commander-in-chief Hillary Clinton would be. Do you remember about 8 years ago, she had some TV commercial where she talked about when she was running against President Obama. She said that you want to make sure when that phone call comes in the middle of the night, the right person be there to answer it. Well, thanks, folks, we really, we've got a lot of rhetoric out there. A lot of Hillary Clinton's allies have been pretty critical of the commander-in-chief that my running mate will make. You know, the truth of the matter is that we don't have to speculate about Hillary Clinton, because the call came. It happened 4 years ago. It's on the anniversary of 9/11. The call came. It was Hillary Clinton and her State Department that learned of a terrorist attack on the anniversary of 9/11 at a State Department facility in Benghazi, and never sent any help at all. And 4 Americans fell. It was Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, who went out before the national media and even to the parents of the fallen and told them it was a result of some video that had been created. And then, when a congressional investigation found otherwise, found that they all knew it was the words that she used in an email to her daughter was an Al-Qaeda-style terrorist attack. She told a Senate committee, quote, "What difference at this point does it make?" Well, men and women of Colorado, as the proud father of a United States Marine, thank you. As a proud father of a United States Marine, let me just say from my heart, anybody who said that, anybody who did that, should be disqualified from ever serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. When Donald Trump becomes President of the United States, we won't have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. Donald Trump and I will rebuild our military. We will restore the arsenal of democracy. We will stand up for our soldiers in the field at home. We will stand with our veterans as they retire and stand with us. And we will hunt down and destroy ISIS and those organizations that threaten our people. We'll make America safe again. But this isn't just about security at home and abroad. This election, men and women here in Colorado, is also about prosperity, or the lack thereof. And I have to tell you, back in the Hoosier State, we've made a little bit of progress the last 4 years. But it's been in spite of what this administration's been doing, not because of it. We're in the midst of the weakest economic recovery since the Great Depression. We have the lowest labor participation rate in America than any time since the 1970s. And sadly, there are some 7 million more Americans living in poverty today than the day that Barack Obama became president of the United States. 7 million. Now, Hillary Clinton's plan? More of the same. More taxes, more regulation. More Obamacare, more of the war on energy that's been stifling America's economy. If you didn't hear about it yet, Hillary Clinton, apparently her plan didn't have enough tax increases. She announced today she actually wants to raise the death tax even higher. I mean, it really is remarkable. I mean, Hillary Clinton and her supporters tell us this economy is the best that we can do. That things are really good out there, right? It's just going to take time. Well, we know this economy is nowhere near the best that we can do. It's just the best that they can do. And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States of America, we're going to get the people of Colorado back to work. We're going to get this economy moving for every American with the time-honored principles that have always worked. Donald Trump has a plan to reignite the American economy the way that Ronald Reagan did in the 1980s, and frankly, the way that President John F. Kennedy did back in the 1960s. It all begins with letting people keep more of what they earn. Donald Trump and I are going to lower marginal tax rates on working families, small businesses, family farms, and ranchers. We're going to get rid of the death tax once and for all, and we're going to lower business taxes so companies here in Colorado can compete with companies around the world and keep and create jobs right here. And Donald Trump and I know that regulation is a form of taxation that's stifling growth. So on the first day of our administration, he's going to sign a moratorium on any new federal red tape. And Donald Trump will repeal every single executive order that Barack Obama signed into law that's stifling growth and jobs in the American economy. And while Hillary Clinton thinks Obamacare is just a good start, and you even got some of her supporters on Capitol Hill that are talking about bringing single-payer medicine all the way into it. Did you hear some of that talk this week? Well, let me tell you something. We're going to work with your representatives from Colorado and Washington, D.C., and I guarantee you we're going to repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel, and we're going to free up our health care economy in a way that lowers the cost of health insurance. Here in Colorado, you just got word, according to the Denver Post, that health insurance rates are going to jump 20% on average for individuals in 2017. I mean, the truth of the matter is, when they sold Obamacare on Capitol Hill, I was in there fighting it every step of the way. The whole goal of Obamacare was to lower the cost of health insurance, and at the end of the day, all they did was grow the size of government and actually got the opposite. Well, that's all going to change. The other thing we're going to do to get this economy moving again is Donald Trump and I know, after he becomes negotiator in chief, we're going to have trade deals in this country that put America first. We're going to have trade deals that work for the American worker. We're going to renegotiate NAFTA to make sure that it works for the American economy and for American jobs. We're going to get out of TPP, and we're going to make sure that our trading partners are held accountable for the commitment that they make to the people of the United States of America.
All right, you guys, now I'm going to take you to a press conference in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the district attorney is speaking about that shooting that happened earlier this week.
He or she may be lifted up. When I started this press conference at 3:30, I directed my staff to file a criminal charge of manslaughter in the first degree. You can go down to the second floor of the court clerk's office and obtain a copy of that criminal charge. There should be plenty of copies together with the affidavit. In addition to that, I have a press release, and I will leave that up here, and you can pick up a press release that summarizes much of the statements that I've just made. Attached to that press release will be the relevant applicable law in the state of Oklahoma, which defines what manslaughter is and what the Oklahoma Uniform Jury Instructions say that standard is. I encourage you as members of the media to review that and apply that in your news stories. But as I stated, Officer Crutcher is presumed innocent under the law until a judge or a jury determines otherwise. Now, the question is going to be asked, where is she? I have had a judge review a probable cause affidavit. A warrant has been issued for her arrest. I've been in communication with an attorney who has been retained to represent her, and arrangements are being made for her surrender to the Tulsa County Sheriff's Department. Those matters will be addressed by the Tulsa County Sheriff's Office in their due course. I'm not going to answer any questions. Thank you for your attendance.
All right, you guys, well, it looks like that was just the end of that conference. We did record it, though, so we'll bring it back to you later and show you the whole press conference of that shooting that happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma earlier this week. But right now, let me take you to a Trump rally that happened earlier today.
And principles as American citizens, we have to do it. And we have to respect our flag. We have to respect our flag. We all have to walk a mile in someone else's shoes, see things through their eyes, and then get to work fixing our very wounded country. I mean, we have some real problems, and we do have a wounded country. Many Americans are watching the unrest in Charlotte unfolding right before their eyes on the TV screens. Others are witnessing the chaos and the violence firsthand. Our country looks bad to the world, especially when we are supposed to be the world's leader. How can we lead when we can't even control our own cities? We honor and recognize the right of all Americans to peacefully assemble, protest, and demonstrate. But there is no right to engage in violent disruption or to threaten the public safety and peace of others. Every single American in our country is entitled to live in a safe community. The violence against our citizens and our law enforcement must be brought to a very rapid end. The people who will suffer the most as a result of these riots are law-abiding African American residents who live in these communities where the crime is so rampant. It's their jobs, housing markets, schools, economic conditions that will suffer. And the first duty of government is to protect their well-being and safety. We have to do that. There is no compassion in tolerating lawless conduct. Crime and violence is an attack on the poor and will never be accepted in a Trump administration. Never, ever. Our job, thank you. Our job is not to make life more comfortable for the violent disruptor, but to make life more comfortable for the African American parent trying to raise their kids in peace, to walk their children to school, and to get their children great educations. We have to cherish and protect those people. For every one violent protester, there are thousands of moms and dads and kids in that same community who just want to be able to really to sleep safely at night, to be able to walk on the streets, to be able to go to the grocery store. More law enforcement, more community engagement, more effective policing is what our country needs, and we need it quickly. Last year, we saw a 17% rise in violent crime in our 50 largest cities. Homicides are up nearly 50% in Washington, D.C., and more than 60% in Baltimore. More than 3,000 people have been shot in Chicago so far this year from January 1st. Can you believe that? Nationwide, approximately 60% of murder victims under the age of 22 are African American. This is a national crisis, and it's the job of the next president of the United States to work with our governors and mayors to address this crisis and save African American lives. Look at the example that we had in New York of Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who's been a tremendous person for me, a friend of mine for a long time, and a big endorser, big endorser. The policies he put into place ultimately brought down crime by 76% and murder in New York by 84%. Think of how many families these policies saved from the worst heartache imaginable. We need a national anti-crime agenda to make our cities safe again. We have to make our cities safe again. We will appoint the best prosecutors, investigators, and federal law enforcement officers in the country to dismantle the international cartels, gangs, and criminal syndicates. And I will stop the drugs from flowing into our country and poisoning our youth and many other people. And if you're not aware, drugs are a very, very big factor in what you're watching on television at night. My administration will work with local communities and local officials to make the reduction of crime a top priority. Safety is the foundation of the ladder to American success. A great education and a really good paying job. We've lost so many of our good jobs to other countries. We're going to be bringing them back right here to Pittsburgh, to Pennsylvania. We're going to be bringing them back to Ohio. We're going to be bringing them back all over the country. They're coming back. They're coming back. These trade deals and the people, I think we'll have to have Harold Hamm negotiate a couple of trade deals for us, folks. To have the best schools and the best jobs, you must have safe communities. That means we must recognize the contributions of our police, who come from all backgrounds and all walks of life, and who often thanklessly risk their own lives to protect innocent people, many of whom they've never met. We all remember earlier this year when officers in Dallas, hunted down for execution, continued protecting the public until their last moments on earth. They were killed. Every day, police officers risk their lives for really complete strangers, and in every year, many of them will go out on calls and never return. It's tough being a police officer, and it's hard now even recruiting police officers. It's a tremendous problem. Police are entrusted with immense responsibility, and we must do everything we can to ensure that they are properly trained, that they respect all members of the public, and that any wrongdoing is always, and it will be by them, vigorously addressed. Has to be. But our men and women in blue, and you know this, the men and women in blue need your support. They need your thanks, and they need your gratitude. They are the line separating civilians and civilization from total chaos. They are also the front lines of defense in the war on terror, as we saw recently with their quick action following the terrorist attacks in New Jersey and New York, and the off-duty police officers. I mean, you saw the heroics of the off-duty police officers in Minnesota. An amazing job they did, catching this horrible person so quickly. How do you do that? They figured it out. And within a short period of time, they were able to capture him. I mean, who could do that? That's tougher than finding oil, I will tell you, right? In addition to providing safety, we must provide economic opportunity, and that begins with school choice and leads to a secure job with a rising income. This brings us to the subject of energy. Producing more American energy is a central part of my plan to making America wealthy again, especially for the poorest Americans. I knew I'd have to make that statement in order to get you guys a little bit enlivened. Well, you'll like the rest of what I'm going to say even more. America is sitting on a treasure trove of untapped energy. Some $50 trillion in shale energy, oil reserves, and natural gas on federal lands, in addition to hundreds of years of coal energy reserves. It's all upside for this country. More jobs, more revenues, more wealth, higher wages, and lower energy prices. I'm going to lift the restrictions on American energy and allow this wealth to pour into our communities, including right here in the state of Pennsylvania that we love. According to the Institute for Energy Research, lifting the restrictions on American energy, including shale production, will accomplish the following. Increase GDP by more than $100 billion each year. That's good music. Add over 500,000 new jobs annually. Increase annual wages by more than $30 billion over the next 7 years. Increase federal, state, and local tax revenues by almost $6 trillion over 4 decades. Increase total economic activity by more than $20 trillion over the next 40 years. In addition, we will streamline the permitting process, which probably makes you happier even than when I'm going to say we're lowering taxes. The permitting process in your industry is a disaster. It's a disaster. Every friend I have in your industry, they tell me it has become horrible with the EPA. So we're going to take care of that. And all energy infrastructure projects, including the billions of dollars in projects held up by President Obama, billions and billions held up, creating countless more jobs for our country in the process. Overall, my entire economic plan, tax reform, regulatory reform, energy reform, and trade reform will create at least 25 million new jobs over the next 10 years, assuming an average growth rate of 3.5%. And I believe we can reach beyond actually 4% growth. Why not? And just so you know, when China does 7% or even 8%, it's a major panic in the country. They then start devaluing, of course, and they get their numbers up, much to our chagrin. My tax plan includes a 15% business rate. Think of that. So that we're reducing taxes from 35% all the way down for business to 15%, turning America into a jobs magnet. Hillary Clinton would raise taxes on some small businesses as high as 45% and probably even higher than that. And as far as regulations are concerned, it will be beyond anything you're experiencing right now. So you better get everybody out to vote, folks, so you can sort of forget it. And all these jobs that we're talking about will go in the opposite direction. Income taxes will be simplified from 7 brackets to 3. And middle-class Americans will get a major tax cut, including child care deductions and tax-free child care savings accounts. My plan includes the elimination of all unnecessary regulations and a temporary moratorium on new regulations not compelled by Congress or public safety. Overregulation is costing our economy $2 trillion a year. And I think probably no other business has been more affected than your business by overregulation. And one of the things I've seen, despite this massive tax cut, the biggest since Ronald Reagan and maybe beyond that, from 35 to 15, people are more excited when I talk about the fact that we're going to be cutting massively regulations. We need regulations for safety and environment, but regulations are becoming a major industry right now, and we're going to make it a much smaller industry, maybe a minor industry. Your regulations are going to be cut back to a point that you'll be able to have your businesses, grow your businesses, and start new businesses. And you'll never be able to do that with what has taken place over the last 8 years. And I just think it's a very important thing. And what has really impressed me is people in business have actually felt more strongly about that even than the tax cut itself. So I understand that very well. On energy, my economic plan unlocks our shale oil and gas and the energy technologies of both today and tomorrow. Finally, my plan includes a renegotiation of America's trade deals and an enforcement of trade rules to increase jobs and wealth inside the United States. We have people right in this room that could do so well for us. We have negotiators of our trade deals who are political hacks, who are people that don't know the first thing about negotiation. Of course, you could just look at the Iran deal and you understand that. The deal that was made recently with Iran, what a deal that is. I mean, we have half of this room could have negotiated a deal 10 times better, and a lot of the people in the room just wouldn't have made the deal, and that would have been a lot better. But they did something that you folks, even Harold Hamm, never saw before. We thought it was $400 million in cash. Cash, not like a check. $400 million in cash. It was $1.7 billion in cash. And even you've never seen 1.7 in cash, right? We're talking about cash, Harold. Man, they had to take airplane, like this airplane. I don't even see how an airplane, even a big one, is big enough for that. I would like to see that someday, 1.7 billion in cash, but it had nothing to do with the hostages, right? Strong border controls will also protect our workers and save our budget trillions in the long term. It is perhaps the most pro-growth economic plan anywhere in American history. I think it is. Compare that to my opponent, She plans a $1.3 trillion tax hike, massive new regulations, and some of your industries sitting right in this room are out of business, the offshoring of American jobs, and the aggressive restriction of American energy production. Her plan will help only her wealthy donors and global special interests who benefit from the rigged system. And we are in a rigged system. Hillary Clinton wants to put the coal miners out of work, ban hydraulic fracking in almost all places, and extensively restrict and ban energy production on public lands and in most offshore areas. That's what she said. Remember, she said, we're going to put the miners out of work? This will produce devastation for states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and so many others, where shale oil and shale energy and coal production are critical parts of the economy. And I go to the coal areas, and it's like devastation. And these are amazing people, unbelievable people. Her plan hurts states like Colorado, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, and anywhere with access to either onshore or offshore energy resources. She also supports blocking the energy infrastructure that's needed to move our energy resources to the marketplace. According to the Wall Street Journal, overall, more than a dozen fossil fuel projects worth about $33 billion have been either rejected by regulators or withdrawn by developers since 2012 only, with billions more tied up in projects still in regulatory limbo. They won't happen either. Now, if I'm president, they'll happen quickly, I can tell you that. Happen very quickly. You'd be amazed how quickly they'll happen. Examples of energy transportation projects blocked or abandoned include an $850 million coal export facility in Washington, a $3 billion natural gas pipeline in the Northeast, and a $6.8 billion liquid natural gas export facility, among others, many others. Billions of dollars in private infrastructure investment have been lost to the Obama-Clinton restriction agenda, and many, many billions more to follow. The platform produced by Hillary Clinton's party this year also calls for a price on carbon. That's just political speak for a massive new tax on coal and shale production, a tax on American consumers. And it's very unfair to our country, and it makes it very unfair and very uncompetitive to do business with other countries. Very. It makes it so tough to compete with other countries. And remember, every energy dollar that isn't harvested here in America is harvested instead in a foreign country. Often foreign countries not very friendly to us. That not only means, so true, that not only means that we're sending our jobs to those countries, but it means that energy is being produced in foreign countries that lack our high environmental and conservation standards, which we want to keep. That is just one more reason why we should pursue the safe and responsible production of America's vast energy resources and reserves. We need an American first energy plan. It's going to be, from now on, America first. This means opening federal lands for oil and gas production, opening offshore areas, and revoking policies that are imposing unnecessary restrictions on innovative new exploration technologies. The development of the Marcellus and Utica shale, and I know so well, I'm up in New York State. What a shame. What a shame. We'll fund it. What? You understand. There's probably one guy from New York over there. He's been trying to get at that stuff for about 20 years, and now his clap He's barely making it. Who's the poor guy that just clapped? Could you stand up? Come on, give him a hand. Give him a hand. He's exhausted, but he's still there, right? Will fundamentally change the economic landscape of this region and our country, bringing extraordinary new prosperity to millions, more jobs, higher wages, a larger tax base, and dollars flowing into our country for a change instead of out of our country, which is typical. Hillary Clinton's war on energy will cost our economy $5 trillion at least. She's not only declared war on the miners, but on all oil and natural gas production. It's war, which supports 10 million jobs in the United States. And you people know it's war. It's going to be worse under her than it's been under President Obama. Access to low-cost liquid natural gas also supports the American chemical industry, which supports 40,000 jobs in the state of Pennsylvania. We have just begun as a nation to recognize our economic advantage that is made possible by shale energy. The shale energy revolution will unleash massive wealth for American workers and their families. At the same time, this energy revolution will produce new demand for American steel. And that means the steel workers will benefit. And the steel workers today are having a very, very hard time. That business is going down on a yearly basis. We are going to benefit the steel workers and the steel business. But federal restrictions remain a major impediment to both shale production specifically and energy production in general. Currently, less than 10% of the federally managed surface and mineral estates are leased for oil and gas development. Almost 90% of our nation's offshore acreage is off limits to energy production. In many cases, there's absolutely no reason for that. Our energy policy will make full use of our domestic energy sources, including traditional and renewable energy sources. We want everything. That means we will end the war on coal and the war on our miners. I will rescind the coal mining lease moratorium, which is a horrible moratorium and so unfair. The excessive Interior Department stream rule and conduct a top-down review of all anti-coal regulations issued by the Obama administration. We will eliminate the highly invasive Waters of the U.S. rule and scrap the $5 trillion Obama-Clinton Climate Action Plan and the Clean Power Plan. These unilateral plans will increase monthly electric bills by double digits without any measurable improvement in climate whatsoever. Very unfair to our people and our workers. I will refocus the EPA on its core mission of ensuring clean air and clean, safe drinking water for all Americans. That's what we want. I believe firmly in conserving our wonderful natural resources and beautiful natural habitats. My environmental agenda will be guided by true specialists in conservation, not those with radical political agendas that are putting our country behind the 8 ball. It will be a future of conservation, of prosperity, and of great success for the people in this room and for all of those people that you employ, the tens of thousands of great people that you employ. It will be a future of new technology, new innovation, and new solutions. It will be a future we can achieve together, beginning with a victory on November 8th. Get out and vote. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America safe again, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
From Detroit down to Houston and New York to Berlin.
Thank you. Everybody, please have a seat.
In every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
Everybody, please sit down. I can tell there's a rowdy crowd. Sit down. Welcome to the White House, everybody. Now, throughout my time here, Michelle and I have tried to make it a priority to promote the arts and the humanities, especially for our young people. And it's because we believe that the arts and the humanities are, in many ways, reflective of our national soul. They're central to who we are as Americans, dreamers and storytellers and innovators and visionaries. They're what helps us make sense of the past, the good and the bad. They're how we chart a course for the future while leaving something of ourselves for the next generation to learn from. And we are here today to honor the very best of their fields, creators who give every piece of themselves to their craft. As Mel Brooks once said to his writers on Blazing Saddles, which is a great film, write anything you want because we'll never be heard from again. We will all be arrested for this movie. Now, to be fair, Mel also said, a little more eloquently, that every human being has hundreds of separate people living inside his skin. And the talent of a writer is his ability to give them their separate names, identities, personalities, and have them relate to other characters living within him. And that, I think, is what the arts and the humanities do. They lift up our identities and make us see ourselves in each other. And today's honorees each possess a gift for this kind of creative empathy, a gift that allows us to exchange a sense of what's most important and most profound in us, and to identify with our collective experience as Americans. Now, along with Mel, we have an impressive crew with us here today. We've got Terry Gross and a whole bunch of people who Terry Gross has interviewed. We have Jane Chu, our chair of the National Endowment of the Arts. Bro Adams, chair of the National Endowment of the Humanities. Who also just has a cool name, Bro. And we thank the members of Congress who are here for their strong support of the arts and the humanities. But today the focus is on our recipients. And today's recipients of the National Medals of the Arts and the Humanities are poets, musicians, artists, journalists, professors, historians, and at least one chef. Their paths and their mediums could hardly be more different, and that's what makes them great. They take their piece of this big, bold, diverse, energetic country, they reshape it, and then they share it with us. They open our experience to theirs, and for that we honor them here today. We honor poets like Louise Glick, whose probing poems capture the quiet drama of nature and the quiet emotions of everyday people. Throughout her life, fastidious, attentive readers have taught her that there are ears that receive. As a professor, she strives to be a receiving ear for others, and she's inspired generations of young poets who are her students and readers alike. Once, when asked how she hoped the world would respond to her work, Louise said she wanted William Blake to come down from heaven and say, "You did a very good job." Now, I don't think that's happened, so you will have to settle for us today. We honor musicians like Philip Glass. Like his own life as a Juilliard-trained New York City cab driver, Philip's work is full of contradictions that cross genres and cultures. When the music he made strayed from neat conventions, audiences didn't know always how to react. I understand that there have been some eggs thrown occasionally. But as Philip said, what seems strange or bizarre for any short period of time starts becoming familiar. And whatever artistic rewards or secrets it might have become revealed. Change isn't easy, but over his career of symphonies and operas and film scores, Philip Glass has proven that change can be beautiful. We honor historians like Isabel Wilkerson, whose masterpiece, The Warmth of Other Suns, made the story of the great migration of African Americans from the South and North and West accessible to a new generation of Americans. To craft this remarkable book, Isabel spent 15 painstaking years trekking between archives and living rooms, interviewing more than 1,200 people who told her their family's stories of heartbreak and endurance and ultimately overcoming. Stories they often found too painful to share even with their own children. And through it all, she had to conquer the enormity of her task and prove wrong the doubts of others. And because she did, one of the most important chapters in our history is told in a book any young person can pick up and read. And that's just a sampling of the extraordinary accomplishments that are represented here today. We honor Rodolfo Anaya, Jose Andres, Mel Brooks, Ron Chernow, Sandra Cisneros, Philip Glass, Luis Glick, Barry Gordy, Santiago Jimenez, Moises Kaufman, Ralph Lemon, Audra McDonald, Terry Gross, James McBride, Louis Menand, the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center, Elaine Pagels, the Prison University Project, Luis Valdez, Albert Verghese, Jack Whitten, Isabel Wilkerson. We also honor Wynn Marsalis, who unfortunately could not make it here today, and Morgan Freeman, who undoubtedly is off playing a black president again. He never lets me have my moment. You know, he's always like... All of today's honorees work in an age where the stories we tell and the technologies that we use to tell them are more diverse than ever before, and as diverse as the country that we love. Every human being has hundreds of separate people living inside his skin. It echoes what Whitman once wrote about America, that we are large, containing multitudes. It's what's so great about this country, that there's no single set way to contribute. All of us belong. All of us have a story to tell. And even when you think your story is too different, too strange, too unique, there's someone out there who's been waiting their whole life to hear you tell your story because it's just like theirs. What a great gift all of you have given us. So today we thank you. Today's honorees who've had the bravery to go first and tell their story and make us feel a little bit better about ours. So, with that, let's give out some awards. Let's read the citations.
National Medal of Arts recipients: Mel Brooks. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Mel Brooks for a lifetime of making the world laugh. As a writer, director, actor, and musician, he pioneered the art of musical comedy, and his hilarious, thought-provoking work on film and in theater have earned him the rare distinction of winning Oscar, Emmy, Tony, and Grammy Awards. Sandra Cisneros. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Sandra Cisneros for enriching the American narrative. Through her novels, short stories, and poetry, she explores issues of race, class, and gender through the lives of ordinary people straddling multiple cultures. As an educator, she has deepened our understanding of American identity. Accepting on behalf of the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center, Preston Whiteway. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Eugene O'Neill Theater Center for its unwavering support of American theater. For over 50 years, the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center has nurtured award-winning playwrights, directors, and actors, enriched the craft of stage production, and delighted audiences with exceptional programs. Philip Glass. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Philip Glass for his groundbreaking contributions to music and composition. One of the most prolific, inventive, and influential artists of our time, he has expanded musical possibility with his operas, symphonies, film scores, and wide-ranging collaborations. Barry Gordy. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Barry Gordy for helping to create a trailblazing new sound in American music. As a record producer and songwriter, he helped build Motown, launching the musical careers of countless legendary artists. His unique sound helped shape our nation's history. Santiago Jimenez Jr. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Santiago Jimenez Jr. for expanding the horizon of American music. He has helped spread traditional conjunto music, blending the sounds and cultures of South Texas and Mexico. His lively melodies, performed on the two-button accordion, have captivated audiences around the world. Moises Kaufman. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Moises Kaufman for his powerful contributions to American theater. His work sensitively probes questions our culture and sexuality. His award-winning Tectonic Theater project continues to move audiences with its bold portrayals of contemporary social issues. Ralph Lemon. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Ralph Lemon for his contribution to dance and the visual arts. As a self-proclaimed conceptualist, he uses dance as a source of physical communication, and his complex works withstand examination from all angles, revealing the intimate truths about human nature and offering broader insights into the American experience. Luis Valdez. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Luis Valdez for bringing Chicano culture to American drama. As a playwright, actor, writer, and director, he illuminates the human spirit in the face of social injustice through award-winning stage, film, and television productions. Jack Whitten. The 2015 National Medal of Arts to Jack Whitten for remaking the American canvas. As an abstract artist, he uses casting, acrylic paints, and compounds to create new surfaces and textures, challenging our perceptions of shape and color. His powerful works of art put the American story in a new light. Let's do that, sir.
You don't hang in there?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm sorry. Audra McDonald. The 2015 National Medal of Arts for Audra McDonald for lighting up Broadway as one of our brightest stars. An unforgettable performer, she has won 6 Tony Awards. In musicals, concerts, operas, and the recording studio, her rich, soulful voice continues to take her audiences to new heights. National Humanities Medal recipients. Rodolfo Anaya. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Rodolfo Anaya for his pioneering stories of the American Southwest. His works of fiction and poetry celebrate the Chicano experience and reveal universal truths about the human condition. And as an educator, he has spread a love of literature to new generations. Jose Andres. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Jose Andres for cultivating our palates and shaping our culture. He's introduced new and vibrant ingredients to our nation, whether through his innovative techniques in the kitchen, his work on clean cooking technology and access to education, or the inspiration he provides to new Americans. Ron Chernow.
All right, you guys, I want to dip out of this for a second. And talk about something that we're going to take you to live in a little bit. That was recorded, so we can go back to that a little bit later. It looked like it was coming to a little bit of an end anyway. So what we're about to take you to in a little bit is the Phoenix police chief is about to speak. Because 2 police officers are accused of forcing a 19-year-old to eat his stash of pot during a traffic stop. So let me bring up the latest information. So the police chief's about to speak live here in a little bit. Let me actually get that ready for you guys. About what happened. So allegations that Phoenix police officers made a 19-year-old man eat marijuana after it was found in his vehicle during a traffic stop were under criminal and internal investigation. He's getting ready to speak soon here. Let me take this full for you guys right now, actually. So, and I'll keep talking over this. Again, this is the police chief is going to be speaking about those 2 officers that allegedly forced a 19-year-old to eat his stash of marijuana that they found in his car at a traffic stop here in Phoenix, Arizona. The police chief is about to speak about what happened. Again, if you guys are just joining us and you're wondering what's going on here, we are waiting for the Phoenix police chief to come out and explain exactly what is happening right now in Phoenix, because 2 police officers allegedly forced a 19-year-old to eat his own marijuana that they found in his car during a traffic stop. So any minute now, the police chief is going to come to that podium to discuss the allegations that these 2 police officers made a 19-year-old man eat marijuana after it was found in his car during a traffic stop. Right now, they're under criminal and internal investigation. The 19-year-old lives in Phoenix, and he brought this to the department's attention recently. He reported that several officers stopped him for a traffic violation about 3:30 a.m. So 3:30 in the morning, he's driving. The cops stop him for a traffic stop, or traffic violation, I should say. And they allegedly found weed in his car and allegedly made him eat his marijuana. This was on September 13th in the 4500 block of West McDowell Road. And here he is. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Recent incident involving officer misconduct. The Phoenix Police Department has a history of holding our officers to the highest standards. We hold our officers accountable, we take appropriate action, and we make sure we do everything possible to ensure public trust and community confidence. This incident that I'm going to describe to you is currently under investigation both criminally and administratively. The allegations against these former officers are compelling, appalling, and extremely unprofessional. Appropriate action has been taken. A little bit about the incident. On September 13th at about 3:30 in the morning, a 19-year-old Phoenix man was stopped for a traffic violation at 45th Avenue in McDowell. During the stop, the former officers located marijuana in the man's car. He advised the officers demanded that he eat the marijuana or go to jail. He ate the marijuana and was released from the scene after receiving several traffic citations. He reported the incident to a patrol supervisor who began the investigative process. The 3 officers involved have resigned. They are no longer members of the Phoenix Police Department. In addition, a patrol lieutenant was advised of this incident and did not take immediate action. He has been demoted. The former employees were all within the first year with the Phoenix Police Department. One of the officers had prior law enforcement experience. He served about 10 years with the Chicago Police Department. As I mentioned, both investigations internally and criminally are currently underway. 2 of the former officers have been identified as suspects in the criminal investigation. This conduct is contrary to everything we stand for as community service, and it undermines the good actions of the men and women of the Phoenix Police Department. The Phoenix Police Department values the relationship we have with the community. We are very transparent, and again, we do everything to ensure public trust and confidence. The actions of these former officers is not characteristic of the men and women of the Phoenix Police Department. Their actions, again, are appalling, unacceptable, and they are no longer members of our organization. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chief, do you know the amount of marijuana this man was allegedly forced to ingest?
About a gram.
Has this been captured on video?
No. All officers were equipped with on-body camera video. They turned the videos off prior to this.
Was that intentional, or was there a point where?
It's currently under investigation criminally, so I can't get into details, but I can tell you they all had cameras, and the camera footage was not on, was not available.
You said that 2 were being investigated for criminal conduct, but there were 3 that resigned?
One is a witness. One is a witness. 2 are directly involved in the action.
Does he hold a particular rank, or she hold a particular rank?
No, the 3 officers were all within their first year. They were all probationary employees, and they all are no longer members of our organization.
Chief, what would be the criminal code? What would they
Well,
be accused of?
there's a lot of things that it could be, and right now I can't get into the criminal because I can tell you I want to make sure this is handled appropriately from a criminal standpoint. Administratively, we're moving forward, but we have more interviews to do, we have more evidence to gather, and I want to make sure we put the best case forward, so I'm not going to get into specific charges at this time.
Chief, how did this all come to light?
He brought it forward. He brought it forward to a patrol supervisor who did his due diligence and ultimately got the investigative process started, and we did interviews, and we're here today.
Was his primary complaint being forced to eat this, or medical issues that were related to it?
No, his primary complaint was getting his car towed. He had his car towed, he got some citations, and then this action occurred. So he had 2 complaints. When the patrol supervisor initially goes out there, it's about his car being towed, and this comes to light during that course of that contact.
Chief, do you have any evidence, I'm trying to ask this so you can answer it, do you have any evidence that the marijuana in fact existed?
You know, I'm not going to answer that, and I'm going to let the criminal investigation go forward. And I think it's very important. You know, we're very transparent here, and I have told you all many times, when we have allegations of criminal conduct, we take it to the letter of the law, and we try very hard to do that. I don't want to get into details. I don't want to say anything that'll jeopardize that criminal investigation. So we're just going to leave that alone for now. We can provide more information later. John's going to be able to release some names to you on who the officers that are involved that are no longer members of our organization, and we can take it from there. No, he's got about 20 years on. He's only been a lieutenant for 6 months. He was a sergeant for 7 years prior to being a lieutenant. I promoted him in March of this year. He didn't take appropriate action, and he's now a sergeant.
But he has no prior disciplinary?
Not that I know of.
You say, Chief, that he didn't take appropriate action. Was he going to, for lack of a better term, kind of sweep this under the rug?
No, this occurred on September 13th. We're sitting here today at September 22nd. Immediate action wasn't taken because the chain of command didn't realize the significance of this issue.
So I guess I'm trying to, so what did he not do that you needed him to do?
He needed to start the investigative process immediately, and he told the sergeant to delay it by several days.
Why?
I don't know. And that's part of an internal investigation. I can't get, or the administrative investigation. I got to be careful about details on that because he is a tenured employee and he has rights.
But he was going to investigate this.
That's a question that we still have to answer.
Did the driver get sick?
Yes, I'm told he did get sick.
Chief, a lot of times when officers leave the department, especially in their probationary year, they go to other departments. Are you going to be taking any additional action when it comes to their certifications at all?
We will make sure that appropriate information is sent over to Arizona Post. Other than that, we're going to dive into, as I mentioned, one of these officers was a lateral officer, had prior experience with Chicago. We're going to dive into that process and make sure that we have got our T's crossed and our I's dotted regarding that.
Do we know if he had any possible incidents in Chicago?
I don't know that offhand. We're going to dive into that and make sure that if there were red flags that we didn't catch, that we'll address them.
Chief, this was a traffic stop, and then they noticed the marijuana. Can you walk me through this just a little bit more in regards to kind of?
That's accurate.
Okay.
And we'll leave it at that. Any other questions? Take one more.
Just a question on these are all rookie officers.
Correct.
This is a lateral officer. You guys are in the midst of hiring as many people as you can. Are you rushing to get these people in uniform and on the streets? Are you taking every background check that you need to? Is this a symptom of having a frenzy to hire?
I don't think so. I'm very confident in our hiring process. I have weekly meetings with our hiring team every Wednesday morning. I'm confident in that. Are there something that we missed on the laterals? On this lateral, maybe, and we're going to dive into that. As far as the other officers involved, stellar as far as employment history and everything. But Donna, that's a very good question. It's something we're aware of, and we're going to make sure that we do our due diligence as we move forward in our hiring processes.
Chief, resignation versus fire, is there a difference that I'm not catching on to in terms of, like, by them resigning, does it enable them to kind of be able to move, as Donna was saying, somewhere else later on versus if you would have fired them? Or why resign?
Well, that's a question that they'll have to answer, because I can tell you, based on the information that I have, termination was inevitable. It was coming. So I'm very, very displeased with their activities, and I was going to fire them based on the information I have right now. So they chose to resign. That's their call. They're not Phoenix Police Department employees anymore.
Chief, I want to clarify
Okay.
one thing.
Last one, thank you.
You have these police officers asking the man to eat the marijuana so he wouldn't get arrested. Is that the only reason they made him eat the marijuana?
I'm not going to answer that question. That could be part of the criminal investigation. I want to make sure that that stays clean. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Chief.
I'll be sending out an update with all the officers' names shortly after we leave here. If you guys don't get it from your news desk, hit me directly and I'll make sure you all have it.
John was lieutenant demoted to sergeant.
All right, you guys, well, now we're going to take you back to that video I was showing you earlier of President Obama awarding the Arts and Humanities Medal.
Self-promotion.
Yes.
It was self-promotion.
Yes.
Louise Blake. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Louise Glick for giving lyrical expression to our inner conflicts. Her use of verse connects us to the myths and the ancients, the magic of the natural world, and the essence of who we are.
I'm actually going to interrupt this again because there is a shooting in Colorado. So let me take you there live right now. So here's what we know. These are live aerials of Boulder, Colorado right now. Shots were fired from a stolen vehicle. I can take you back to that video we were showing you earlier, but right now I just wanted to take you to live video of what's happening right now in Boulder, Colorado. Shots were fired from a stolen vehicle. Looks like the helicopter is flying around there, seeing where that vehicle could be. This could turn into a police chase. We don't know for sure yet. But again, these are live aerials of Boulder, Colorado, where shots were reported fired from a stolen vehicle there. Looks like they might be flying around looking for that car that was stolen in Boulder, Colorado. Shots were fired outside of the window of a stolen car. Let me look on Twitter right now for you guys, see if there's anything updated here. Again, this is in Boulder County, Colorado. Shots fired from a stolen car. We don't know if this is going to turn into a police chase or not, but these are live aerials from a helicopter. We'll bring you the latest information as we find it. I'm looking on Twitter right now. Not much yet, but I'm going to find you guys the latest information. It looks like that helicopter might be looking for that vehicle. Usually, ooh, that could be it. He looks like he was speeding. Usually in situations like this, the police ask the Fox chopper to keep an eye out for that car they're looking at, or looking for, I should say, and to notify the police if they see it. Again, if you're just joining us, these are live aerials of Boulder, Colorado right now, where shots were fired from a stolen vehicle. Now, we're not sure what exactly happened, why there were shots fired from a stolen vehicle. It looks like right now the helicopter is flying around trying to find that stolen vehicle that police reported. So stay with us here. I'm going to bring you guys the latest information about what exactly is going on there right now. If you are in Boulder, Colorado, just be aware of your surroundings and be safe. We're not exactly what the car looks like that the chopper is looking for right now. I'm still trying to get the latest information, but this is in Boulder, Colorado. Shots were fired from a stolen vehicle through the window. So we don't know exactly what happened, why shots were fired. All we know right now is these are live aerials of Boulder, Colorado. That vehicle is still stolen. Looks like the chopper is probably keeping an eye out to let police know if they do see that vehicle. This could turn into a police chase. So viewer discretion is advised as we look at the live aerials here of Boulder, Colorado. Again, you guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream, where we stream live events from all over the U.S. Monday through Friday. Okay, we're not sure here if the chopper is leaving the scene, but we'll stay on this for another minute just to make sure. All right, you guys, it looks like the chopper might be leaving here, so we're going to take you back to that video I was showing you earlier of President Obama awarding the Arts and Humanities Medal, but if it looks like they go back, I will take you there immediately. But right now, I don't want to keep this for you guys just flying around Colorado. So the situation might have been handled, but if they go back, I will take the video back for you.
Innovating our palates and shaping our culture. He's introduced new and vibrant ingredients to our nation, whether through his innovative techniques in the kitchen, his work on clean cooking technology and access to education, or the inspiration he provides to new Americans. Ron Chernow. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Ron Chernow for bringing our nation's story to life. Through his examination of America's successful giants and titans, he also invites his readers to discover their failures and foibles, uncovering enduring lessons that inform our modern era. Louise Glick. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Louise Glick for giving lyrical expression to our inner conflicts. Her use of verse connects us to the myths and the ancients, the magic of the natural world, and the essence of who we are. Terry Gross. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Terry Gross for her artful probing of the human experience. Her patient, persistent questioning in thousands of interviews over 4 decades has pushed public figures to reveal personal motivations behind extraordinary lives, revealing simple truths that affirm our common humanity. James McBride. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to James McBride for humanizing the complexities of discussing race in America. Through writings about his own uniquely American story and his works of fiction informed by our shared history, his moving stories of love display the character of the American family. Louis Menand. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Louis Menand for prose and essays that invite us to think in new ways about the forces shaping our society. His influential works of intellectual and cultural history probe the power of ideas from one era to the next as they ripple across politics and culture. Elaine Pagels. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Elaine Pagels for her exploration of faith and its traditions. Through her study of ancient manuscripts and other scholarly work, She has generated new interest and dialogue about our contemporary search for knowledge and meaning. Accepting on behalf of the Prison University Project, Jody Lewin. The 2015 National Humanities Medal to Prison University Project for transforming the lives of currently incarcerated people through higher education. Its programs offer opportunity and inspiration to their students, providing.
All right, you guys, I'm going to switch out of this again because John Kerry is speaking live right now. Let me take you there.
First aid convoys that was actually allowed to move towards Aleppo was brutally attacked. Let me be clear. The United States makes absolutely no apology for going the extra mile to try to ease the suffering of the Syrian people and to ensure that they have access to food and to medicine and to other critical supplies. We will continue to fight for that. This war has been going on for 5 years. And for a few moments here and there, when we've been able to try to get the parties to stop fighting, we've been able to see what a reduction of violence can actually look like. And we've been able to witness how much the Syrian people themselves, wherever they live, long for a taste of normalcy. But we can't be the only ones trying to hold this door open. Russia and the regime must do their part, or this will have no chance. The question now is whether there remains any real chance of moving forward, because it's clear we cannot continue on the same path any longer. This effort has always depended on Russia having the will and the wherewithal both to comply and to deliver the Assad regime and its partners, and depends on the opposition and its supporters willing to live up to their obligations, to their commitments. And in the end, without that compliance, none of this can work. And we have said for days that it will take significant and immediate steps in order to put things back on track, not little changes around the margins. A lot of people doubt that this can be done, or that in fact the key parties want it done. So the first thing that we have to do is find a way to restore credibility to the process, if that can be done. And that means that we need significant action now. It can't be based on exceptions and loopholes and carve-outs that every time are exploited by one party or another in order specifically to undermine the cessation of hostilities. It has to be achieved through a genuine and sustained reduction in violence, as well as unfettered humanitarian access that is unmistakable to everyone. And the only way to achieve that is if the ones who have the air power in this part of the conflict simply stop using it, not for 1 day or two, but for as long as possible so that everyone can see that they are serious. Absent a major gesture like this, we don't believe there is a point in making more promises or issuing more plans or announcing something that simply can't be enforced or reached. If Russia demonstrates that it is serious, we will work with the opposition to reciprocate and to pull back from this cycle of escalation, because the opposition also has a responsibility to observe the cessation of hostilities if the government does, and to disassociate from al-Nusra. So make no mistake, the United States will continue to pursue every avenue of progress that we can, because it is the only way to stop the killing, it's the only way to ease the suffering, and it's the only way to make possible the restoration of a united Syria. And because if we do not succeed in doing this one way or the other, this catastrophic situation is going to get even worse. But at the same time, we can't go out to the world and say we have an agreement when we don't. Nor can we tell our partners that there is a cessation when there isn't. The simple reality is that we can't resolve a crisis if one side is unwilling to do what is necessary to avoid escalation. And we won't get anywhere if we begin by ignoring facts and plain common sense or denying the truth. I want to emphasize that both the regime and the opposition have an obligation to comply with the United Nations Security Council mandates that international humanitarian law be observed, that aid be allowed to reach besieged areas, that the UN role be respected, and that the safety of aid workers be guaranteed. Now, Sergei Lavrov and I have spent a part of the last couple of days discussing how and whether we can agree on the necessary steps in order to be able to move forward. And we had good suggestions in the ISSG today about monitoring and other ways to try to advance this process. We have exchanged ideas with the Russians, and we plan to consult tomorrow with respect to those ideas. In today's meeting of the ISSG, we heard near unanimity that this process is the only viable path forward. So I am no less determined today than I was yesterday, but I am even more frustrated, obviously. If the Russians come back to us with constructive proposals, we will listen. And as we've said, people need to believe that whatever it is credible. And only by changing the equation of the current bombing, which sows so much destruction and also confusion and just cracks the credibility possibilities, only by changing that equation can we find a way forward. The key is to restore credibility where there is none, or create some where there is none. This is not a time for maneuvering or for delay. It is time to make decisions that will benefit the people of Syria and hopefully bring stability to a country and to a region that is in absolutely desperate need. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was John Kerry at the United Nations making a statement.
الدولي المعاصر وفيما يخص منطقتنا المغرب.
All right, everybody, now what we want to do is show you the news conference of the North Carolina man that was shot and killed by police. We are going to have we're going to show you the press conference, though, from the family's attorney. Let's show you that right now.
moments. The family had every intention of being here. However, they are in a moment of grieving, and quite frankly, emotionally, they weren't ready. And I would apologize for that, but I don't see a reason to, because at the end of the day, this is about the family. This family is grieving the loss of someone they cared very deeply about. And honestly, this family has questions, and they deserve answers. This community deserves answers. We're hearing this side of the story, that side of the story. It seems as though every which way you look, there's a witness who says, I saw this. There's a witness who says, I saw that. We have been made aware that the police apparently have video footage that may have caught some of the incident that is the subject of us being here today. And the family requested to be able to view that video. And later on this afternoon, we will in fact review that video, and we hope to have some additional answers. When we look at what happened to Mr. Scott, and when we look at what has happened around the country with individuals being shot down and killed by law enforcement, we can't talk about those incidents in isolation, because we have to look to the root problems. When you look at the fact that there has been rioting in Charlotte, North Carolina, there has been property damage in Charlotte, North Carolina, there have been individuals injured here in Charlotte, North Carolina, and many of us wonder why. Let me make this very clear. This family does not agree with rioting or innocent individuals being injured or killed. But they do support citizens and their right to voice their frustration, to voice their anger. And when you look at those who take to the streets, and you look at those who raise their voices and take certain actions, whether you agree with them or not, you have to be willing to step back and understand why they feel the way that they do. You see, in this country, we do have a problem, and it has to be talked about. Regardless of the facts of how these situations play out at the end of the day, many citizens in this country feel as though many minorities, when they are encountered with the police, they're guilty until proven innocent. They're a threat until they prove that they are not a threat. And quite frankly, many feel as though they are inhuman until they are proven to be human. That is the underlying problem. I ask for calm. We ask for calm here in Charlotte. We don't want to see people getting hurt. We want you to voice your opinions, but we don't want you to destroy the very community that you live in. The family doesn't want that either. However, feel free to voice your opinion. Feel free to speak up against the things that you see as injustice, against the injustices that have unfolded and been uncovered. Feel free to do that, because that is your right, but do it in the right way. Again, the family wants answers. The family deserves answers, and we will continue to work and investigate the facts until all of the accurate facts come to light.
Thank you very much. Right now, this family is in deep mourning. They lack the answers to bring closure to their lives. They've hired us to do an in-depth investigation to ascertain the due process of Keith Lamont. They've asked us to look into the situation to see whether or not what happened to Mr. Scott was lawful and legal, and we intend to do so. We're here. The land cries out for an answer. The blood, once again, of a black man has been shed. Are we our brother's keepers? We intend to find that out. Thank you all for coming.
Quite frankly, we don't know what's on the video. We know what law enforcement says is on the video. In terms of it being released to the public, they can't answer that until we have the opportunity to.
All right, everybody, we are going to go live to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the family of Terrence Crutcher is speaking live right now to media.
To the DA's office, Coonswaller's office, Steve Coonswaller's office, there was readily apparent that Officer Shelby had to be charged because a crime had been committed. We knew that if justice and fairness and equality was values that the Tulsa County District Attorney's Office upheld and felt as real values, that charges would be brought against Officer Shelby. So today, we're thankful to TPD. We're thankful to Chief Jordan for providing the information to the District Attorney's Office. And we are happy that charges were brought. But let me be clear, the family wants and deserves full justice. And full justice requires not just charges, but a vigorous prosecution and a conviction. So those who shot and killed Terrence for no reason is held accountable, not only for this family, not only for Terrence, but so be a deterrent for law officers all around this nation to know that you cannot kill unarmed citizens. That's not the American way. That's not who we are as a people. We believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and due process rights. And so, as I stated, this is a long walk. This is a long journey to justice. And we understand this family, this great family, the Crutcher family, who we so proudly, myself and Melvin Hall and David Riggs and Benjamin Crumb, we so proudly represent. We know that nothing that happens, not charges, not convictions, not sentencing, nothing will bring Terrence back. We know that while this may be a day where justice has begun, it's still a sad day because at the same time that the DA was identifying the charges, this family was at the funeral home preparing to bury Terrence. Never lose sight of that. Never lose sight of that in any of these cases. It's not just about hashtags. It's about people. It's about the destruction of families. When you take a brother, when you take a son, and most importantly, when you take a father to four. It is important that we remember Terrence's legacy. It's important we remember what we are as Americans. It's important we understand that everybody has a constitutional right to be treated with dignity and not to be considered a bad dude just because of the way they look. I'm going to ask my co-counsel, Melvin Hall, to talk a little bit about our reaction to the specific law, the specific charge, and talk about the indictment and affidavit.
I think it's very important to remind everyone that when we had the press conference on Monday, we stated very, very clearly that the shooting was not reasonable and it was not justified, and it, in fact, was prohibited by the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution, which clearly delineates the three exceptions which allow law enforcement to use deadly force, and none of those exceptions were applicable. I think with the filing of the charges today, first-degree manslaughter, that our original analysis of this case have been vindicated and verified. But there was an affidavit that was attached to the criminal information, and 2 points were made in the affidavit, which I think we need to speak to, just to make sure that the record going forward is very, very clear. So I know you have a copy of the affidavit, and this is the affidavit that was filed by the officer that investigated the case. And in the affidavit, the investigative officer stated, first page, third paragraph, she approached the vehicle and cleared the driver's side front and then proceeded toward the passenger side of the vehicle. Now, that is significant because we had alleged all along that there was nothing about the vehicle that posed any type of threat. And in fact, it's in the affidavit that Officer Shelby first cleared the vehicle to make sure that there was no weapons in the vehicle, to make sure that there was nothing about the vehicle that would cause some type of harm to her. And then she approached Terrence. Very significant point. If she already knew that the vehicle had been cleared, why, if he approached the vehicle later, would she have any concern? Point number two, which is tied to the original point, and that is that it's stated in the affidavit that Mr. Crutcher, this is after they followed him to the vehicle with his hands up. We all saw the video of Mr. Crutcher, Terrence Crutcher, having his hands up as he approached his own vehicle. But it's stated in the affidavit that Mr. Crutcher reaches in the driver's side front window. Now, as you all can recall, on Tuesday we had a press conference where this information was first made available, that the description was that Mr. Crutcher was reaching into the vehicle. We know that was a falsity, and that's the reason why we blew up one of the photographs from the vehicle, from the helicopter, which showed clearly that the window on the driver's side was rolled all the way up. And also, the photograph showed that there was blood on the window, corroborating that it was all the way up. So, again, she knew that the vehicle had been cleared, and it's evident from the photograph and the video that the window was all the way up. But in any event, we appreciate the fact that the district attorney, having reviewed all the evidence, came to the conclusion that the information and the evidence corroborated and established that first-degree manslaughter charges, which are a felony, which, if convicted, has a maximum sentence of 4 years in prison, was warranted in this case. But as my colleague, Mr. DeMario Simmons, stated, this is just a first step, the filing of the criminal information. The next step is the vigorous prosecution of the case and resulting in a conviction and implementation of the maximum that's available for this particular charge. So at this time, I would like Tiffany to come forward and make her statement. Dr. Tiffany Crusher.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to read my statement. First of all, God gets all the glory out of all of this,
Amen.
and I'm just grateful. But while we are pleased to learn that the officer who senselessly killed my beloved twin brother will face criminal charges for her reckless act, we understand that nothing will bring him back. Nothing will bring back our father, our son, our brother, our nephew, our cousin. Our goal now as a family is to ensure that this never happens to another innocent citizen. In spite of this news, our hearts are heavy right now. We lost a wonderful soul, but rather than focus on the reprehensible actions of one member of the law enforcement, today we choose to celebrate Terrence's life.
Yes.
a life which he lived to the fullest every single day. We take solace in the outpouring of support from our community. We're so humbled. We're so humbled. We're so thankful. His spirit will live on through his music and the many lives he touched over the years. We will stay vigilant as this process moves forward and join the others peacefully in demanding greater accountability and transparency from law enforcement. As I stated in the first press conference, the chain breaks here. We're going to break the chains of injustice. We're going to break the chains of police brutality. The chain breaks here right in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And so I'm challenging everyone from all different walks of life to join with us as we continue to move forward, because we know the history of these cases. We know this is the formality. We know she's been charged, but then we get no convictions. We're demanding full prosecution. We want a conviction, and when that happens, this is a small victory, but we know we got to get ready to fight this war. And so we want for everyone, the community, the world, to join arms, lock arms with us as we go out and make everyone aware that today we can change this nation. We can heal this nation.
Yes.
And so again, we're so grateful. And on Tuesday, we're going to start there, right here downtown, with a peaceful protest. Justice for Crutch. Justice for my brother. Justice for my brother. So we're excited about that. And again, continue to pray for the family. And my mother, you know, as she heard the DA, she broke down and just, I mean, it was like she just released, you know, heart heavy. And just continue to pray for us. And we appreciate the entire community, the entire world. And hey, we're getting ready to go to war. Thank you so much.
When Dr. Crutcher talks about more transparency and more reforms, again, as she stated, this is bigger than just Terrence. It's the issue of law enforcement nationwide. And here locally, we're calling upon TPD and the City Council to release the money to immediately outfit all of our officers with body cameras. We believe that is safe, not only for citizens, but also for the officers. We also want to have mandatory and annual implicit bias training, so we won't be afraid of one another. So we won't be so apt to shoot one another. And I'm talking specifically law enforcement when they interact with black and brown men. And we also want you to remember the 4 children of Terrence Crutcher. And we ask for the city not to put this great family through protracted litigation, but let's do what's right by these children so they can be taken care of. A 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 4-year-old who's been asking, where is my daddy? Where is my daddy? And we're asking this community to put our arms around these children, love these children, support these children. And as everyone has stated, let the chain break here. Let Tulsa be a beacon, be an example of what it means to be trustful, to be one city. And we can only do that by having true justice. So at this time, we'll take 1 or 2 questions. Yes.
David talks about how the officer overreacted. It also talks about how she gave several commands that were not obeyed. Is there any responsibility for the escalation that led to that by, not complying with requests to stop, to get down? How do you respond to that?
You want to do that? Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Well, you have to look at the criminal information. And in the criminal information, the district attorney stated that failure to comply does not justify shooting someone. As we stated in the initial press conference, the police encounter people every day who fail to comply with their instructions, whether it's a DUI or public intoxication or any situation. So the law does not authorize the use of lethal force merely because someone fails to comply. And that's stated in the criminal information as a justification for filing the felony first-degree manslaughter charges.
Would you have liked to have seen a more severe charge, all things being perfect?
Well, under the law of Oklahoma, this is the maximum charge that could have been filed under these particular facts. And that's not a reflection on what happened. That's a reflection on the status of our laws relative to this type of conduct. So, we believe that under the facts, this was the appropriate charge to file, and there was not a more serious charge that could have been filed based upon these facts.
Tiffany, I interviewed Scott Wood yesterday, who is the attorney for Officer Shelby. He indicated to me that Officer Shelby feels very horrible.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you out locally here. Reverend Jarrett Maupin is talking about Phoenix police actions.
Now that that's out of the way, I want to discuss some of the other factors that are going on and I'm sure will inevitably come out of an internal investigation. One, these cops were rookie cops, which means that they're fresh out of the academy. They're fresh out from getting the latest training, the latest teaching on diversity, the latest that the department has to offer to make sure that they're putting out a product, law enforcement officers, that are not going to violate people's civil rights. And I think that in light of the current climate that we have, it is very disturbing and should alarm citizens of Phoenix everywhere that we have rookies, cops coming out of our academy, being hired by this department, that are engaging in this kind of behavior. Was it racial? I have to talk to the young man and get back to you. It appears that way because the officers involved were white and the person they did this to was black, and I don't think that that happens very often to people in the white community, eating marijuana or being beaten or shot. We clearly see that. Rookies, bad training, problems at the academy. You're going to a place like Chicago, Illinois. This is a conversation that I had with many people in the city council today. The city is actively going to places like Chicago, Illinois, and recruiting law enforcement officers for this department. Chicago is one of the worst jurisdictions for local policing in this entire country. It has some of the most contentious relationships and terrible training for officers in this entire country. I take 7, 8 trips to Chicago dealing with that, talking about those issues. So again, we've talked to the city, civil rights community. It's in our 12-point plan. We need to hire better officers. It's time for diversity training. They fired Dr. Whitaker, many of you will remember, for plagiarizing on the diversity training for the police, but they stopped the diversity training. That could have prevented this. If the city would just keep its word and finish the training for the officers, we could have avoided what happened today. So that's it in a nutshell. I know you all probably have some questions, and I'll be happy to answer them right now.
Reverend, I was just like, if you've spoken with him or the family yet, what have they told you was the conversation that took place between him and the officers?
Well, what I can tell you is, and it's been misreported or not reported, the young man was made to be very sick because of this. And I know that some people have played that down, but you can die from eating marijuana in large enough quantities. And I don't think we're focusing enough on the fact that this young man was hurt. But I'm looking forward to sitting down with him and his family and bringing them out to talk with you about the experience that they had.
But you don't know specific, like what was said in regards to how the officer said, look, I need you to eat this. If you eat this, we're going to let you. You don't know.
I understand that's what was said. I also understand that the young man was very afraid. That's what was conveyed to me by his relatives, that he was very afraid. This happened in Maryvale. You know, we're talking about the west side of the city. We're talking about someone who's black and or Hispanic, who is being mistreated in this climate that we live in, where people are being killed, beaten, being mistreated in the middle of a terrible precinct. Which brings me to another issue. Body cameras. The chief admitted it, waiting to see if he was going to do it. They did not turn on the body camera, so we have no official recording of what occurred. We see this happen more and more. The officer that killed Michelle Cusseau several blocks to the west from there was supposed to have a body camera on. Maryvale Precinct is the test site for body cameras. Not only are we pushing for them all over the police force, but Maryvale is supposed to be the birthplace, the testing grounds of the body camera program. So this arbitrary on and off with the body cameras is going to end up causing someone to be killed and us not being able to get to the bottom of it. According to the police, it was a gram, but from what I understand, it may be more, and I'll be releasing whatever medical documents I can get my hands on after meeting with them to see if we can't find strike a balance between those figures.
Having marijuana in your car, this young man probably would have otherwise wound up in handcuffs that evening.
Sure.
I guess, but it sounds like the alternative, what did happen, was worse.
Well, it could have been deadly. Thank God it wasn't. To me, there's just no good ending to this. What we needed was solid policing. If he had marijuana on him and this was a routine stop and it was legally discovered by the officers who did it, and he was not a medical marijuana card.
All right, folks, we are going to take you out now live. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, where we have a SWAT situation, a SWAT standoff in California with a suspect at an apartment building pool in Canoga Park, California. All right, and once again, folks, just a reminder that this is live. Viewer discretion is advised here. We don't know what the suspect is going to do. Yeah, between a suspect in Canoga Park, California. All right, everybody, once again, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do have a LAPD standoff with a suspect at this apartment complex right near the pool here. You could see the suspect, it appears that he has a chair over him. All right, everybody, and welcome to the Fox 10 Facebook Live as well. We're in breaking news here. Canoga Park, California. LAPD has a standoff with a suspect at this apartment complex pool here. You could see the suspect near the edge of that pool there. We don't know the reason why for the standoff yet. We just got the stream moments ago and wanted to bring it to you. This is a live police standoff happening right now. All right, now I'm bringing in our very own Mary Kate with us as well.
Hello.
All right, Mary Kay, we are live here, and you can see the suspect there at the edge of that pool, but other than that, it looks like he has a chair over his head.
So what do we know so far?
I don't know much as far as why that situation is happening. We don't know.
So we just know that the SWAT is there at a pool in Canoga Park, and that's in
California. Yeah, okay. So here's the deal. The suspect here has that chair right over his head. I don't know if he thinks he's going to. Is he using it as a shield? Like I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. They're creeping in. Let's see. And once again, folks. This is live. This is viewer discretion is advised right now. We don't know. Anything could happen as far as what the suspect will do, what the LAPD will do, and it appears like they're giving him demands.
Does he have a weapon?
We're not.
Oh gosh, did he just take something out?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. You guys are all watching this all unfold live right now. All right, he has a chair over him. You could see some of the LAPD just entered the pool area of this apartment complex. And once again, we just don't know the reason for this standoff in the first place. We just got the stream about 5 minutes ago, and we're taking it live for you right now. So you could definitely tell, though, that they are trying to communicate with the suspect here. We thank everybody for watching live right now on Facebook Live. And it's, just a very fluid situation here right now. It's very tense. It's very tense, right?
When there's a standoff, though, it's usually because he has a weapon too, right? But I don't see anything.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't know. It's hard to see.
Maybe they believe he does. A chair over his head, though. Trying to maybe use it as a shield.
It's kind of wobbling a lot,
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Well,
look
it could be a lot of factors right now. Now here's my issue. His right hand, okay? He's holding the chair as well, but do you think in that right hand he has a weapon?
Well, it looked like he had something, in his right hand. That's why I kind of
why you got
upset for a second because I wasn't sure.
And once again, everyone, viewer discretion is advised. Please, this is raw and unedited. You're watching it just like how we are right now. And
it looks like they're just getting closer and closer.
Yeah, they're just inching a little. They're inching just a little more right now.
And we are looking on Twitter for you guys right now to find exactly how this started in the first place.
Yeah, we just want to get a little bit more info if we can for you. But at this point,
looks like they're each officer is slowly kind of trickling in. They're trying to see. He's doing something with his hand. I don't know if that's just him.
I know,
adjusting the chair.
that's what I'm scared about.
And it looks like one of them, you can see the guy that has his helmet off, the officer, is talking to him right now. He's probably, the guy in charge of negotiating.
We're continuing to watch here with you, just like you guys are. Pool standoff here in Canoga Park, California. You're right, Mary Kate. They're inching just a little bit each time.
I wish that we could just get a little bit of a closer look at exactly what he's doing with that chair.
Yes.
We're making a switch here on
And thank you, everybody, for watching on Facebook Live on Fox10Phoenix.com. You are in a live breaking news situation right now. Okay, let's see here. The suspect inching very closely to that pool right now. You could tell that police are trying to make some kind of communication with this suspect here. He still has the chair over his head. We can't yet tell if he has a weapon yet. I mean, you would think, Mary Kate, if police didn't think this guy had a weapon, they would just kind of charge in right now.
Yeah, he's doing something.
Yeah, he's doing something behind his back.
Is he gonna? He's really getting close to the pool.
Really
right
close.
now.
He's on that white edge. Ooh, is there somebody on the side right there?
Where?
Right near the green bush.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. There's
Yeah.
someone standing right there. You're
Someone
right.
standing right there.
So you guys, if you're watching the green bush right next to him, look under it. You can kind of. It looks
Yeah.
almost like
You can see the shadows.
You can see the shadows.
So let us know what you guys are thinking about it if you're watching on Fox10Phoenix.com or Facebook Live. Once again, I just got to reiterate the viewer discretion is advised right now. This is raw and unedited. We just don't know what the suspect is going to do.
Okay, it really looks like he might jump in the pool.
I mean, it's probably very hot by now.
Yeah.
Okay, now it looks like police are going to get on another angle of this pool here. They're getting. Okay, they might be going in for it right now. Here we go. We might see a takedown. Let's see what happens. They're trying to get them from each side here. Once again, everyone, viewer discretion is advised. You're right, Mary Kate. He's getting very close to that edge of that pool there. And look by the green bush as well. Okay.
What are those long?
I think they're just grabbing things and getting it out of the way from them because it looks like they're going to charge pretty soon here. They just wanted to get that container out of the way.
And then look, there's someone over the fence.
Yeah,
too.
over the fence too. Yep.
So they're completely surrounding them all. If you guys are watching, look on the other side of all the fences here. You can see that there are police officers surrounding him.
I've never seen this with a chair over someone's head though.
Yeah, that's sort of odd. It might be really heavy. That's why he's wobbling. I'm not really
Yes.
sure. Or he could be under the influence. We don't know for sure.
and what they're doing. It looks like they're getting some of the other pool patio things out of the way as well. Some of the patio furniture.
It's sort of weird because he's just standing there with a chair as he watches them get ready
Yeah.
to charge him. They're getting things out of the way. They're surrounding him. And
Okay.
he's just
Okay. See,
standing there.
here's the thing. They're getting him to move a little bit over, and I think there's going to be a takedown right from behind him now, in that green bush area. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh.
You got really nervous there. You got really nervous there for a second.
What is going on here?
Yeah, that's very bizarre. Very bizarre, Mary Kate. Well, let's see. They're giving him demands, though. It looks like at this point he's listening. He's cooperating. He's getting so close to that edge, though. Tense moment here. Tense moment. Viewer discretion is advised, everyone. Okay, this looks...
getting closer.
They're getting close. They're going to grab him right here. They got him. Well, there we go. Standoff over.
They got the chair.
Got the chair, and they're going to put him in custody right now. We do have the suspect in custody. Great work by LAPD there, watching that takedown live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everybody, that was a police situation there in California. All right, everybody, now we're going to take you Skyfox up in the air right here in Arizona. Let me lower that for you. That's a little annoying right there. But we have, once again, some weather in the area, getting some raindrops there. You can see on the camera lens right there. Getting some action here. Monsoon 2016 going until the end of the month. All right, once again, folks, Skyfox up in the air. We're tracking Monsoon 2016 right here. Let me show you another look here of our Valley Freeway here. This is 202 westbound right here at Center. take a look at that as well, what we're dealing with here in Arizona. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thank you for everyone watching as well on Facebook Live. We're tracking some weather in the valley here. Once again, Sky Fox up in the air for you. As we got some raindrops on our camera here. Let us know where you guys are watching from. And if you're able to, if there is rain in your neighborhood, send us a photo, send us a video, put it on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. Who knows, maybe it could be even in a newscast later today. Fox 10 News at 5, 6, 9, or 10. We would love to know where you guys are watching from right now. Sky Fox up in the air, showing us a little bit of everything. Let me show you the Valley freeways here. This is the Loop 202 westbound at Center Street right here. Take a look at that, as it's coming down a pretty good clip right now, as rain is sweeping through the valley here. We had a little bit of rain in the Glendale area today. That was about 10 a.m. this morning. Stacy saying nothing at 55th Avenue and Happy Valley Road. Well, hopefully something for you, Stacy. As we continue here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we have a jam-packed show for you this evening. We're going to show you in a little bit Donald Trump rally live from Pennsylvania, and then his running mate, Mike Pence, is in Arizona tonight at 6:30 in Mesa. We'll have that live stream for you. Our very own Marcy Jones is going to be on that story. But right now, we're focused all about the weather right now. Let me show you once again Sky Fox tracking the weather as well. You guys are all watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And if you're just joining us, everyone, let us know where you guys are watching from. Once again, everyone, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, covering for you. Got some action here in the valley right now. Liz saying rain in Tempe with thunder. David says, please send that rain to Chandler, please. All right, everybody, I got another cool shot for you. We have our photographer that is out driving right now, driving eastbound on McDowell from near 40th Avenue. So we're going to take that live for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream here. We'll just watch this as our photographer is in the car chasing some weather as well. Our team is out and about for you, covering monsoon 2016 coverage. We're not done yet. And everybody, you're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream right on fox10phoenix.com or Facebook Live. All right, everybody. Now I'm joined with our very own Carrie Lake as well. You're tracking the weather as well.
I've been very busy this afternoon, and you know it's the first day of fall, and it sure feels like
Look at
it,
that.
doesn't it?
And look at, we're not out of it yet, because doesn't monsoon go to the end of September?
The monsoon goes to the end of
Okay.
September, but this is not really a typical monsoon storm. This is more of a fall, winter type
Yes,
weather
yes.
event. We do have tropical moisture coming up, of course, from Hurricane Payne earlier this week. We're still getting some of that moisture coming up from the tropics, but this is a frontal system moving through. We have a cold front moving through, and I was out hiking this morning, Mike, kind of when it was starting to move through, and it was amazing how it felt so nice out there, even though it was raining on us.
Yes.
It was kind of fun to be out in the rain. Now, I don't know if we have the picture up yet. If we can put this up somewhere in the corner, I pulled the
Yeah,
radar up.
let's take that for you right
Some
now.
of these storms are strong. I mean, I wouldn't advise that you go, hike to the top of a mountain when they're moving through. But look at right now, the 101, basically from North Scottsdale all the way down to the 202.
That's a good stretch right there.
Yes, is dealing with a pretty strong thunderstorm, and this is kind of going to be the norm. We might see a few more of these moving through. It picked up about 35 minutes ago, and also we're getting a little bit down near Chandler, Ahwatukee, South Phoenix, that area as well. So these are storms that we are going to see just kind of pop up.
Okay.
And I
it
think
looks
by
like
the end of rush hour, we should be seeing most of this die down with a slight, maybe a 10% chance that we'll see them continue. But
Wow.
right now, we're kind of in that.
Yeah, and it looks like North Scottsdale is about to get just hammered.
They
You see
are
that? You
getting
see that red cell pop right there, right there. So that is
They are
interesting
getting
too.
hammered. Basically, I mean, thankfully it's not the rush hour right now, because this area that we're looking
Yes.
at, and I'm sorry I'm looking over here, I'm just
Nope.
taking a look at the radar.
Let me take that off.
This area from the Loop 101 north from basically right when it starts to go off to the west and it does that loop around the valley, all the way down to where it hits the 202 is getting hit with some rain right now, and it's pretty strong. This is an area that you could see a little bit of hail. Fountain Hills is about to get hit as well. So good news is it's going to be short-lived. We're going to actually see most of this weather clear out by the rush hour. About a 10% chance that we could see a little bit of rain shower activity tonight. But really by midnight on, it's going to be gorgeous tomorrow.
Nice.
Tomorrow's going to be probably the best day we've had in months and months and months. Sunny, much drier, and much cooler.
Oh, that's the way. And that's the way to end a week too. That's good. It's on a Friday.
And yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
That's Friday. And so this is the first day of fall, and it kind of feels a little bit fall-like.
Yeah, a little sweater weather almost maybe tomorrow.
Because we've had days in September, this late in September, where we're still dealing with 105, 110.
Yes.
So it could be a lot worse, folks.
And I feel like every time that you got to jump in and do weather, you always get some action.
I
don't
bring
you?
weather,
Yeah,
yes.
you bring it sets it up nice for you.
I wish I had that power, Mike.
Yeah.
You start to feel like you do have that
Yeah,
power.
oh, sure.
When you fill in, they go, oh yeah, we're just going to have you fill in for Dave, no big deal. And then all of a sudden there's remnants of a hurricane or a monsoon storm. But the good news is we always need the rain. That's a fact. And it's going to bring cooler temperatures.
That's good.
So I just want to calm everybody down. If this storm is hitting you, if you're in that area of Scottsdale, really, this is a storm right now that's hitting from North Scottsdale all the way to South Scottsdale.
Yeah, that stretch is a good clip
This is a
right there.
strong storm. Also, this one down here, when you take, this is the 10 going south towards, can we drop this live monsoon?
Yeah,
for
I'll
just a
drop that
second?
right now.
Look at it right down here. Just starting to head into Chandler. It's starting right there. It's probably affecting a little bit of Sky Harbor right now. So these are some areas that where it's showing red and orange, obviously, is where the strong storms are. And we're keeping an eye on it. But if that is over your neck of the woods, if you're working and this storm is over you, if you're at home, it's a strong cell. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to discount this. The good news is it's quick moving. Look how fast this storm is moving. It pops up, and it's going to pretty much die off rather quickly.
Yeah, that will go off pretty quickly.
But we have so much moisture in the air, and you could feel it. And part of it is this tropical moisture that's being fed right up along this frontal system. Good news is we are going to be seeing the dry air return. We're not going to be a humid climate for long. Is this some of the pictures from our cruise out in the field?
Yeah, this is our photographer that is on McDowell near 40th Avenue.
Okay, he's in the wrong side of town.
Yeah, so he's probably trying to get over there.
When I say the wrong side of town, I mean he's in the wrong side where the weather is. The weather's gone from that part of town.
Yeah.
He needs to head east and head back over to maybe the Scottsdale area, the South Scottsdale, Tempe, that area.
And right in the area, our Sky Fox, though, you could see getting a lot of action because that is in the Scottsdale area right now.
Mm-hmm. It's aiming up in that direction. It's just it looks like it's cold out there, doesn't it?
Yes,
it's
yes.
not.
No, I know. You know what I did when I took
it's 86, but
yeah, I took a walk around 1 o'clock and it was muggy.
Very muggy.
It was muggy.
The last 2 days I've hiked. Today we started hiking. It started sprinkling on us, and it pretty much sprinkled the whole time we were hiking, which was great. But obviously we were sweating, and then there's rain falling. So yesterday was a really sweaty day. If you tried to hike or run yesterday.
Yeah, oh yeah, it'll just knock you down a little. But
So
look at that.
Look how low these clouds are, and the rain coming down. It's beautiful out there. If you're not getting pummeled and you don't have any damage to your home.
Sure. And if you're just joining us, everyone, Carrie just said that tomorrow is going to look absolutely beautiful.
Gorgeous. Once we get through this, we're talking about temperatures that, as I was suggesting yesterday, you talk to your boss today and you get tomorrow off.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Friday's
Work a double today.
Friday's going to be a day you want to play hooky. We're looking at a temperature expected around 87, 88 degrees. I mean, when's the last time we had a sunny, beautiful day like that?
I know. We were stuck so long in the hundreds.
So I think I'm going to head back out. But
Awesome.
I wanted to let you know that most of this is going to end probably by the end of rush hour.
All right.
I think we should see most of this clear out. Our best chance for getting rain is actually happening right now through about 6 or 7 o'clock. Then I think we're going to clear out. There's a slight chance of rain around midnight, about less than a 10% chance of rain.
Okay.
I'm going to call it pretty much clear after rush hour. But when I say clear, that doesn't mean there's not going to be a few clouds out there.
Okay. All right.
So,
well, it's shaping
all
up
right.
to be something nice.
Thanks
so much,
everybody.
Carrie.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Once again, Sky Fox up in the air. Thanks a lot to our very own Carrie Light giving us an update. And everybody, Sky Fox up in the air near Scottsdale right now, and you can see our camera just getting soaked right now on the lens there. We're tracking this weather here for you. Just let me put in the top right corner of the screen there. I'm going to put that live radar there so you could always see it for yourself. And here's what we got on the agenda for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have Donald Trump live from Pennsylvania. Then his running mate is going to be right here in Mesa tonight at 6:30. We'll have that stream for you as well, as we continue to track this rain here. Monsoon 2016 coverage, part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. Take a look at this right now, Sky Fox. Looks like the rain is really picking up right now. And welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, covering this storm here for you live right now. We appreciate you guys being with us, as we have Sky Fox up in the air near Scottsdale, showing a lot of rain in that area right now. Let us know where you guys are watching from, and let us know what it's like in your neck of the neighborhood. But this is it's getting a lot of rain right now in Scottsdale. Heavy amounts of rain. And we appreciate everybody always being with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time. Hit that like button if you're watching right now on Facebook Live. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering any type of breaking news situation or even weather anywhere across the country. We'll bring it to you right there on your Facebook feed. And if you're watching on fox10phoenix.com, give us a hit that subscribe button. That way you can always be in the know of breaking news anywhere across the country. All right, everybody, what I want to do is show you just another shot that one of our photographers are able to capture for you guys right now. This is in the area of 17th Avenue and Roosevelt, where we already have some Phoenix Street flooding happening right now. This is in the area of 17th Avenue and Roosevelt. And you can see once again some cars going through here, and they always tell you, do not do this. Always turn around. You never know how deep the water is going to be, and you don't want to risk your car or your life. So I don't know if this person is having some second guesses here right now, but it's never good to go through a flooded road. You just don't know how deep that water is going to be. And he's going to go for it. Wow. They're going to go for it. And turning around there, but still had to go through it. See how deep it gets with that tire there? Never a good move here. Look, now we got a truck going through, just powering through. And you can see right there, just doesn't take much to get swept away in one of these streams here. Andrew reporting that heavy rain has flooded half of Camelback Road near 15th and 19th Avenue. You guys are all watching live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, everyone, this is happening at 17th Avenue and Roosevelt. One of our photographers are at, showing a flooded street right now in Phoenix. All right, everybody, once again, we're going to show you Sky Fox up in the air, still tracking some rain in the area here. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us right now. And everybody, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sky Fox up in the air chasing some weather here. We had some rain showers pass through the valley here. In Scottsdale especially got hit up pretty hard in the last 10 to 15 minutes. All right, everybody, now what we're going to do is take you out to Pennsylvania. Donald Trump doing a rally right now.
That any wrongdoing is always vigorously addressed. But our men and women in blue also need our support, our thanks, and our gratitude. Remember that. They do. They are the line separating civilization from chaos. Hillary Clinton does not have to worry about the sirens and the gunshots at night. She doesn't worry about it. She's sleeping. She's sleeping. No, it's the poor family living in the inner city. It's the mother who feels like a refugee in her own country. Who is there to represent these families? Clinton doesn't want to hear their voices. She doesn't want to hear their voices. So I will be their voice. I will be a voice for all of the forgotten Americans in this country. I will be your voice. I'm going to be your voice. People who just want a secure, right? People who just want a secure community for their families, good schools for their kids, and a good paying job to support their loved ones. That's what they want. We will bring security to our African American communities and to our Latino communities. We will bring security, and we will bring jobs and education and care and medical. We'll take care of the people of our country, all of the people. We will also bring school choice, and we'll bring new prosperity. Now, Democrats have run our inner cities for more than half a century. In some cases, they've run the inner cities for over 100 years unbroken. And look what they've done. Nothing. They get your vote. They say, thank you. We'll see you in 4 years. That's all they do. It's time for a change. It's time for a new American future. And I say to the African American community, I say to the Hispanic community, these are communities in the inner cities that have tremendous levels of poverty, bad education, horrible jobs and no jobs. It doesn't get worse, and the cities are so unsafe. You walk your child to a store and you end up getting shot, or your child gets shot. I say, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? I will fix it. We're going to fix it together. We're going to make it safe. We're going to make good education. We're going to have choice. We're going to have good education. But we're going to make it safe for the people in those communities. And our education will get better, and everything is going to get better, because it certainly can't get much worse. Let's face it. You look at what's going on. We are going to make it better. We are going to fix it. We are going to fix it. My economic agenda can be summed up in 3 very beautiful words: jobs, jobs, jobs. My opponent, Hillary, likes to say that for decades she's been fighting for women, that she's been fighting for children. Why then are 70 million American women and children living in poverty or on the brink of poverty? Okay? She's been there for a long time. There's a woman I notice, I watch, and I see, and she's going to fix this, she's going to fix that, she's going to do this. Where has she been for 35 years? That's what she's been doing. When she ran for the Senate in New York, she said she's going to bring 200,000 jobs back to upstate New York. Didn't happen. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. Nothing happened. All talk, no action. Why has she provided no relief for the millions of Americans in search of affordable, reliable, quality child care? Why? All of a sudden, she wants to do child care. What's happened for the last 35 years? She's been a big part of government. What's happened? You know the old saying, watch what I do, not what I say. True. At the Trump Organization and in my campaign for president, women occupy some of the highest positions. I have employed thousands of women in my company, women of different backgrounds. You know Kellyanne Conway doing such a good job running my campaign. I don't know if she knew she was going to be mentioned tonight, but she's doing a very good job. Women of many talents. And just last week here in Pennsylvania, I was joined by my daughter Ivanka. And I laid out my plan and her plan for child care and elder care. We have also talked about improving education, and I will talk about it more tonight. A first-class public school education, as well as options for alternatives through charter schools, schools choice, and we have to have school choice. Homeschooling, it's all a right, not a privilege. The opportunity to attend a 2- or 4-year college or to pursue a trade or a skill through vocational and technical education should be easier to access, pay for, and finish. And a lot of people want to do that. Education is the bedrock of our society. We need education. We don't have quality education. Women also value security, and I will give great security for this country, for men, for women, for all of us. They want a commander-in-chief that will defeat radical Islamic terrorism and protect our borders. We need strong borders. We will build the wall. And Mexico will pay for the wall. 100%. 100%. 100%. They may not know it yet, but they're paying for it. And in all fairness, They're great people, a great country, have really good leadership. I met with the leaders 3 weeks ago. They're terrific people, and we'll get along great with Mexico. But you have to understand, Mexico is making a fortune with us on trade. They are building factories and plants and things you'd never see. It's like the eighth wonder of the world. Ford just announced they're moving to Mexico. Ford, their small car division. That's on top of what they've already moved there, $2.5 billion plant. No, we're going to make it a very great relationship, but we're going to make it a lot more fair. Okay. Right now, we have a highway. It goes in one direction, right into Mexico. Our jobs go out. Our companies go out. You know what we get? Nothing. Unemployment is what we get. As I campaign across this country, I hear so many stories and pleas from women especially about drug addiction and opioid use. They are doing their best in their communities.
All right, everybody,
and for
we're going to
their
take you back
families.
out to Charlotte, North Carolina, where once again protesters are taking to the streets. Day 3.
I love myself. 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 I love being black. I love being black. I said I love being black. I love being black. I love the color of my skin. I love the color of my skin. Because it's the skin that I'm in. Because it's the skin that I'm in. I love the texture of my hair. I love the texture of my hair. And I rock it everywhere. And I rock it everywhere. I said I love being black. 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 I love the color of my skin. I love the color of my skin. Because it's the skin that I'm in. Because it's the skin that I'm in. I love the texture of my hair. I love the texture of my hair. And I rock it everywhere. And I rock it everywhere. My name is Charlene Carruthers, and I'm from Chicago. And my people are from Mississippi. And what I have learned is as the South goes, so does the country. As the South goes, so does the country. All eyes, ears, hearts, and minds are on Charlotte right now. As they should be. As they should be and they must be. Because what you all are engaging in right now is a righteous battle. It is a righteous struggle. Any struggle we take up for the sake of our lives and the sake of future generations is righteous. There's no such thing as a difference between a so-called nonviolent and violent protester. We are all righteous. Our anger is righteous. All of our anger is righteous. It is always people over property. All these buildings can go. All of them. As long as our people are still alive. That's right. But what we know is as black people, we have never, ever been allowed to live within our full dignity. Ever. Ever. And the work that we do every single day, and by we, I mean all young black folks, that we do all over the country every single day, is imperative. We have no other choice. We have no other choice. Because as black people, even if you aren't able to march or protest, your very insistence on living and breathing is an act of resilience. It is an act of resistance, and it is righteous. That's right. C.C. McDonald said that prisons aren't safe for anybody. So while we're out here on the street tonight, I encourage everyone to think about our demands. Think about what we're calling for. Think about what it is that we are envisioning in our new world. Can we think for one moment that we can deal with conflict and harm beyond police and prisons? Say that. Can we make a commitment to dealing with conflict and harm without police or prison? Say that. Knowing that they keep none of us safe. That's right. And that just earlier today, I learned that in 2012, the last time I was in Charlotte, they gave $50 million to the police department here to essentially learn how to better terrorize us, to hyper-militarize our communities. Imagine what we could do with $50 million. Right. What would you do with $50 million? Shout it out. What would you fund? schools, mental health services, transition-related health care, clean water, housing, reparations. In the city of Chicago, we spend nearly $4 million a day on policing. That number is mirrored and echoed all across this country, and guess what? The American military and police industrial complex is exported across the world. The fight here is about the fight of the liberation of the Palestinian people. That's right. The fight here is about the liberation of black people in Brazil. Yes. The fight here is about the liberation of black people in East St. Louis. And so as we go out tonight and nights after this, I implore us all, if you're not a part of an organization, join one. If you haven't taken up a commitment to abolition of prisons and police and the creation of alternative systems where we deal with conflict and harm differently through restorative and transformative means, take it up. If you are a white person, go organize white people. Take up a commitment to dismantling anti-blackness and patriarchy and all of its cousins, homophobia, transphobia, all of it. That's right. Follow the lead of black people who have black people in their hearts. Not all our skin folk are our kinfolk. Zora Neale Hurston taught us that. Not every black person out here can speak on the behalf of black people. In fact, I don't speak on behalf of all black people. But join an organization. Join an organization, be it Black Lives Matter, my organization, BYP 100, queer and trans people of color, the tribe. Join an organization because we cannot do this alone. We cannot. You can't be a lone horse. You can't be a lone person because together we are free. We have the possibility to be free. And as Fannie Lou Hamer told us, none of us are free. Until all of us are free. Right. Repeat after me. None of us are free. None of us are free. Until all of us are free. Until all of us are free. None of us are free. None of us are free. Until all of us are free. Until all of us are free. Ashe.
My name is Jesse Barber, and I'm here because in 2001, my son Gilbert A. Barber was murdered by the police, and I was sued and told not to say the word murderer anymore when I'm referring to a police officer. But they are murderers when they kill our children in the streets. They leave them in the streets. And since 2001, I have been out here, and I was hoping it would be over by now. I know it's a systemic problem, and I don't think there's any fixing for it. Revolution, nothing less.
All right. Okay, my name is Carl Dix. I came down from New York City because I saw people in the streets standing up against the way police in this society get away with murder. I'm a revolutionary communist. I'm the co-founder of the Stop Mass Incarceration Network. I've been doing this for a while. When I got out of military prison, Fort Leavenworth, came back home to Baltimore in 1972, they murdered Timothy Powers in my neighborhood. I put together a leaflet and went out around it. I have been doing this too damn long. This needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped. It's not the only horror that needs to be stopped. All of the horrors that this capitalist imperialist system brings down on people need to be stopped. We need revolution. We need to get rid of a system that has its law enforcement officers out here trained, oriented, and directed to spread terror on people that this system hates and fears. Yes. People that this system has no future for. Right. And look, this happens every goddamn day. I wrote a statement about the murder of Tyree King in Columbus. Then I had to write a statement about the murder of Brother Crutcher, Terrence Crutcher in Tulsa. Before the ink was dry on that statement, they had murdered Keith Lamont Scott. This has got to stop. Don't tell us to wait for the results of no damned investigation, because an investigation is a goddamn cover-up. Don't tell us we need to elect more black officials or more Democrats. We had a black president and still the police murdered black people and got away with it. Don't tell us about town hall meetings, community discussions to repair the rift between the police and the community, because as long as the police are out here brutalizing and murdering black people, Latino people, let's not forget our indigenous sisters and brothers, and let's not forget the other people that they kill too, because they kill people of all races and nationalities, but it's disproportionately black and brown, and that's real. We've done all of that. We need revolution. And that's why we in the Revolutionary Communist Party are organizing people right now for an actual revolution. Go to the website, revcom.us. We speak on that. Get with me here. I got a statement about that. Let's work to get rid of this system. These people have no reason to be running society. We should live in a society where those entrusted with public security would sooner lose their own lives than kill or injure an innocent person. They some goddamn law enforcement professionals. I was so scared I just had to kill this guy who had his hands on his car. I had to kill this 12-year-old who had a toy gun. I had to kill this 7-year-old. This is the lies that they get away with every goddamn day. It's time and way past time to get rid of that. It's time to get down and organize for an actual revolution. That's right. Get with the revolution, sisters and brothers, and stand up and resist. I was really glad to hear the sisters say there's no difference between a nonviolent protester and what they call a violent protester. Because the violence is the violence of the system. That is the problem. Don't tell me somebody broke a window of a police car so they did something wrong. What about the police getting away with murder? Deal with that shit. Deal with the violence that you have organized and spread on society. Okay, I'm getting carried away because, you know, this hits me to my heart. But let's keep standing up, Charlotte, and those of us who have come to Charlotte to be with the folks from Charlotte. Thank you.
Peace, family. So I'm going to be real brief. I've been asked, just to reiterate, because we see media around. You see media around, and y'all can catch this if you want to. Be real clear if you're giving interviews that we are not dichotomizing between good protesters or bad rioters, right? Say that. However, our folks resist is righteous, okay? So when they want to talk about, quote-unquote, looting and rioting as violence, we want to offer them a different framework to think about, right? Let's talk about policing as violence. Let's talk about the poisoning of the water in Flint, Michigan as violence. Let's talk about not having a livable wage as violence. Let's talk about white supremacy as violence. And the way that we resist, the way that we respond to that violence is righteous. It is resistance. All right? So if you're doing interviews, if you're talking to the media, we want you to get that narrative real clear. Do y'all feel me, family? Y'all hear me? Yes. Do y'all hear me? Yes. So when I say hands up, y'all say, don't shoot. Hands up. 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 Don't shoot. One time for Keith Scott. Don't shoot. It's all right, y'all good. We're going to pass it off to the brothers.
We shouldn't have to keep our hands up in the first place. We should be able to keep our hands to our side, wherever we want our hands. There should be no reason every time we see the police, we got to throw our hands up and let them know that we're not carrying nothing. I have pockets on my pants. If I want to reach in those pants and grab whatever jingle, whatever's in my pockets, I should be able to. Police killing us every day more, and it's no coincidence. This is not something that, you know, just started happening. This has been going on in history since the beginning. they modernized it. And this is not a racist thing, but it's definitely about a people. And those people are me, my son, my brother, every day. And it could be on black. And to really, I really want to speak on that, because until we start standing together and stop killing each other and stop looking next to us at the brother beside you and start realizing that the people in front of you, the people over you, and the people behind you, those are the ones that are really not my brother next to you, not this brother, not that brother, you know, because we are all brothers and sisters in Christ.
That's right. Amen.
And God said that it will be like this. You know, that for his name's sake, that his people will be persecuted. I'm going to turn up tonight. I'm tired of it. That's all I want to say. Peace to everybody. Everybody be safe and stand together.
Yes. It just gave her. Yeah. I'm just, I'm the live camera on y'all's.
Anybody else up to the front that wants to speak?
All right, let's see about it. Right on. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
So while we wait for somebody to come up, I just want to say and affirm, to keep our narrative consistent, that this is maybe, we can talk about this not exclusively being a race thing, but this is definitely a race thing. Yeah. I just want to correct that, as well as... Anybody coming up? When black lives are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back. When black lives are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back. When black lives are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back. What do you do? Stand up, fight back. What do you do? Stand up, fight back. Black lives matter. 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 Yeah. Indict, convict, send the killer cop to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send the killer cop to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send the killer cop to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send the killer cop to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Any more speakers to the front? Okay, so more like protection, security precautions. If for any reason someone is locked up tonight, incarcerated, there is a hotline for resources and jail support and law support.
8443 rights.
And it is 8443 rights. Again, that is 8443 rights. All right, okay. Yes.
I'm just changing? Yes. If we don't get each other
Okay, so we need to get a little more turn. I just feel like We're going to have a long night. It might be the chopper in the sky. It might be because some of your feet are still hurting from last night. We're going to have a long night, so we got to get our blood up a little bit. You with me? Are you with me? Yes! All right, all right. You ready? If Keith don't get it, shut it down. 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 If Islam don't get it, shut it down. If Islam don't get it, shut it down. If Islam don't get it, shut it down. If Jermaine 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 don't get it, shut it down. If he 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 don't get it, shut it down. All right, we're gonna try another one now. Repeat after me, yeah? I love myself. I love myself. I mean every little thing. Every little thing. From the color of my skin. From the color of my skin. To my soul energy. To my soul energy. I do my dance like. 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 I love myself. I love myself. I mean every little thing. Every little thing. From the color of my skin. From the color of my skin. To my soul energy. To my soul energy. I do my dance like. 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 I love myself. I love myself. I mean every little thing. Every little thing. From the color of my skin. From the color of my skin. To my soul energy. To my soul energy. Come on, come on. We're so dancing. All right, let's go right here. I do my dance like. 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 I love myself. I love myself. I mean every little thing. I mean every little thing. From the color of my skin. From the color of my skin. To my soul energy. To my soul energy. I do my dance like. 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 I love myself. I love myself. I mean every little thing. I mean every little thing. From the color of my skin. From the color of my skin. To my soul energy. To my soul energy. I do my dance like. 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 Hey! Now, this last one that we gonna do, I need our voices to hit off the billings. I need people who are pretending that we are out here. People are the bomb. Burn down Babylon. Black people are the bomb. We ready. We coming. We ready. We coming. Burn down Babylon. Black people are the bomb. We ready. We coming. We ready. We coming. Burn down Babylon. Black people are the bomb. We ready. We coming. We ready. We coming. Let's pause for a second. Listen, I see a lot of non-black folks are a little bit uncomfortable talking about burning down Babylon. So let's actually have a minute to discuss what that means. Babylon is white supremacy. We don't like white supremacy. White supremacy is a little bit of a problem. Kind of like anti-black racism. We are gonna burn down Babylon. We're not talking about setting literal. We're not talking about setting literal things up. We're talking about the belief systems that inform those beliefs. Yes. That's what we're going to talk about it. Okay, so now when we do it again, we're all going to do it. Because let me tell you something. If you can't say it now, you're not going to be able to say it when it counts. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Burn down Babylon. Black people are the bomb. We ready. goes out in every Black Lives Matter meeting. Sometimes I say it after I watch TV. Sometimes we say it after an action. You with me? It's a Cyrus Shakur quote. You ready? Yeah. Actually, I guarantee you someone else in this space knows what quote I'm talking about. Step forward, one of y'all. Come on now. It shouldn't be me that closes out.
I don't know.
Yes. Maybe it'll be metaphoric. We have a duty! We have a duty! Stop. I can't hear you! You might need to go over the cloak. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love one another and support one another. We must love one another and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love one another and support one another. We must love one another and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love one another and support one another. We must love one another and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. 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 All power to the people, y'all. All power to the people. All right. Woo. Get some water. Hydrate. Make sure you take a break if you need to take a break. We're going to get another one of the organizers to come on with next steps. You ready? All right.
Can I get everyone to move closer? Can I get people who are on the outskirts to move in to the grass? People on the outskirts, move in closer. Closer. I kind of want to be a little uncomfortable. I'm not going to be there because y'all people. Okay. Right. A little bit closer. Take 2 steps.
Oh, you serious about that?
Yes. And so this is something that I love to do. To get, it always rises the energy because we gotta shake it off. You know what I'm saying? We gotta shake it off.
Let's get it, Femi.
So they need to hear us. You know what I'm saying? I want them to, these people that keep flying around our motherfucking head. That's right. I want us to hear these people looking out like they overseers. I want us to see. Yes. So, I call it the 10 count. On the count of 3, I want you to feel your rage. I want you to feel it in your heart. I want to feel your ancestors in your womb. Yes. I want you to scream it to the top of your lungs. I want you to give it all for 10 seconds. I'm going to count. You ready? Yeah. Ready. 1, 2, 3. About to march. If you take about 5 to 10 minutes to gather your folks, make sure you have a buddy, make sure you have the supplies that you need. There are earbuds.
Hey, Kevin. Tell them to kill me.
Yeah, they're about to give you a break. He said they'd call you.
You turned around.
Cool.
Marshall, raise your hand. Come to us,
All right, looks like they are about to start in about 5 minutes their march to downtown Charlotte right now. We'll see if we're going to be getting another feed here. It looks like we'll probably get another feed in just a little bit from photographers out there in North Carolina.
Hey, who am I going to be talking to? Is it going to be O'Reilly?
Just stay here more or less. I'll be over there.
All right.
Or come find me.
All right.
Why don't you plan on finding me?
Hi, this is Ruth and Charlotte with Mike Tobin. Nothing. I'm going to look it up again to make sure I have it in my mind.
This stage of the story is so hard to get all that information.
So when we have it done here. Justin Carr, he's 26.
All right, folks, here's the latest update. The lawyer for relatives of a black man killed by Charlotte police say he couldn't tell after watching police video if the man had anything in his hands when he was shot. Keith Scott's family was shown the dashboard and body camera footage by police earlier this afternoon. After viewing it, attorney Justin Bamberg said in a statement they want the video released to the public immediately. Charlotte police chief said he won't release the video while a criminal investigation continues. The attorney says Scott is seen in the video calmly exiting his vehicle on Tuesday, and while police give him several commands, he does not approach officers. The attorney says Scott's hands were by his side and he was slowly walking backward when he was shot. If you're just joining us, everybody, it looks like in about 5 minutes, this group of protesters will be marching in downtown Charlotte. And also in Tulsa, a white Oklahoma police officer was charged with manslaughter today in the fatal shooting of an unarmed black man whose vehicle had broken down in the middle of the street. Prosecutors say Betty Shelby reacted unreasonably when she opened fire on Terrence Crutcher. That was the Tulsa, Oklahoma situation. Right now we are looking at Charlotte, North Carolina, where it does look like the protesters are starting to take to the streets right now. So we're going to watch this all unfold live, just like we have the past 2 days. Once again, a reminder, viewer discretion is advised, as these are raw and unedited images coming at you live right now. And if you're just joining us, everyone, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream on fox10phoenix.com, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as we are covering, once again, protesters about to start their rally march in downtown North Carolina. Downtown Charlotte, North Carolina, where this is happening right now. Third day in a row where they are protesting. All right, and just coming down right now, Charlotte police say the man shot during last night's protest, you saw it live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, has died and a homicide investigation has been launched.
Yeah, I hear you, Nate. You got me? Got it. I got that. Well, one of the things we just heard moments ago is a chant they were doing is release the video. Of course, very relevant to the fact that the family just saw the video, and the people out here want to put some pressure on the police chief to release it. He says, of course, he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to set the precedent, and he doesn't want to taint the investigation. The crowd out here is about 100 people strong. Police presence right here, I would say, is fairly light. We saw some bike cops, not with the heavy riot gear on. They're trying to keep themselves scarce for the moment, but you got to know that the police are very aware of what's happening out here. Now, very relevant to what's happening out here is the death of Justin Carr. That's the individual who was shot during the demonstrations last night, and we got confirmation today that he died. There are two different versions of how he was shot. The police version is that he was shot by another civilian out here on the street. What the demonstrators believe here is that he was shot in the head with a rubber bullet shot by the police. So therefore, they're not dissuaded from what they're doing because they believe it shows just what they're up against. The people out here are very passionate. They believe that there should be a very intelligent man I spoke with said he believes that it's understandable that cops get edgy, that cops get nervous working the street, but they should be held to another standard. Their training should be more significant, and you wouldn't have situations like that. So the familiar refrain right now, no justice, no peace, no racist police. We've heard that many times. A crowd about 100 people strong. Right now they're marching, not a large presence of police. Brett? Yeah. What's that?
If something jumps off, we're heading this way.
Okay.
Okay.
See no riot here. Why are you in riot gear? We don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot gear? We don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot gear? We black people are the fun. We ready. We covered. We ready. We covered.
Got it. Okay.
We coming.
Hold my mic up. I'll hear you.
We ready, baby. We coming. We ready. We coming. We coming. We burn down Babylon. Black people are the bomb. We ready. We coming. We ready. We coming. We ready. We coming. We ready. We ready. We ready.
We're marching. And we got police and riot gear on our side. Fine. Tell them I need to change batteries. All right, we'll talk about it. Tell them I gotta change batteries.
Black futures keep my people out of jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Black futures keep my people out of jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Black futures keep my people out of jail.
I would say that the numbers are down today. This was kind of an organic demonstration that sprung up over social media. It was organized largely by a woman you can see in the middle there, the woman with the lighter colored hair. That is Sherelle Brown, and she comes in from Greensboro. Actually, she just moved out of the shot. But it was organized by some people from around the state, not necessarily entirely locally, but it does seem to be fairly organic the way it all sprung up. But at the time they started marching, I ballparked their figure here at about 100 people. Now, as far as police presence that we see, I would say it's a very light police presence, and I would imagine on the part of the police that is very deliberate. If they're out here on the street in large numbers, that's going to cause friction with the demonstrators, and they're going to give the demonstrators somebody to conflict with. So as usually is the technique, the police are probably somewhere nearby here, ready to move if there's trouble, but as people are just marching in the middle of the street chanting, there's no reason for them to get involved. So thus far, all we have seen is people marching, chanting, letting their opinion be known, and no incident beyond that, Brett.
Truth tonight? I doubt it. What's that? Are you going to speak the truth tonight? I doubt it. Comedians, just nothing but fear. Well, why you out? So that I can report the truth. Okay. Because I don't trust y'all. Fair enough.
You're going to create
This is the church. These are these Christian people who are telling you to back up. The same one that have enslaved the Christian church. They the one that brought them out. Jesus. There's enough in the book.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Pointing at them, yelling at them. There were a couple of reactions getting between them and the police just to kind of make sure that things maybe don't get out of hand. But you can now see a little bit of anger boiling over here.
Yeah, Mike should still be on. Doing it now.
All y'all want to do is show the bad stuff. No, get the media out of here. Get the media out of here. All y'all want to do is make it seem like it's worse than what it is. Get your asses out of here. Get the media out of here. Because all you're going to do is try to make it seem like it's worse than what it is. Get out of here.
Let him say, victory.
No. You wanted to record it, but all they're going to do is edit and make it seem like it's worse. I was here last night, and they made it seem like it was a war zone. I was here last night. They made it seem like it was a war zone when it wasn't.
I think we need to channel our energy away from
We need to do
ourselves
our own.
right there.
We need to do our own media. We need to do our own media. No, they're not the problem. They're doing their job. I respect them. I respect them. I do. They're doing their job. Think about that. You got black. Look at this black guy right here. You think you don't? Yeah.
We made a life choice. If you have a gun, just take it and say that's justice. That's not justice. That's idiotic in this society.
He's taking a honest living.
You know what?
He's making a honest living. He's making a honest
Tyranny?
living.
Tyranny is an honest living. Tyranny? But when you decide to pick up a gun in the bag, in this country,
that's just like when I went to war for our country. I was wrong for that.
You sure were.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
You sure were.
If I didn't go there, you wouldn't be able to
Somebody
do
else that was wrong, brother.
that. If I didn't do that, you wouldn't be here.
And I can fill in a little editorial about what happened here. It's just, they came after the cops. The cops didn't come after them. They just found a staging point.
So you protest like this in India? England. Oh my God. Come on, God. Come on.
Yes, we do.
I respect what you guys do. Regardless of how you feel about it, I respect them.
Y'all walk and talk. Y'all walk and talk. We're going to differ with that.
And see, that's what's good about our country. That is what's so good about our country. We can't differ, but we still can be friends.
No, we ain't going to the day. We don't have to wait.
That's
We
it.
gonna walk and talk, man. We gonna stand where the fuck we wanna stand and do what the fuck we wanna do.
Right here. Right
Fuck this bullshit. We can do it when we wanna do it.
Let's not going that way, guys. No, they have. I gotta give them okay, great. Well, then listen to him. Yeah, because we're trying to suggest the black police over there. This is what you do. It's not a lot of black police over there. So he can talk. He's a man first. Or he supposed to be. They're in the court. Has anybody asked that question? They're not a court. It's a frat.
Yes, but we need to keep the violence.
They have the fraternal order of police is a frat. I know some of y'all in frats. I know y'all. I know some of y'all. Let's get on with the march. One frat against another. We got to keep the march moving, man. We got to keep moving. We got to keep moving. This is the media right here. We marching this way. This is our cause right here. Let's go. Let's keep it moving. Let's go. Keep moving. Let the media stay here. Keep moving. Let's move that way. We're going that way, guys.
Hey, DC, you want us to move?
You should go down there. I don't know how far they are. I don't know.
Don't try to get stopped right here.
Hey, let's keep moving, guys. Let's keep moving. They want us to stop right here, so let's start.
Okay, Mark, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, slugging away.
Don't take my glass. Don't take that's your policy. That's what it is. But I got video on my phone. Before you interrupt, I got video on my phone. I'm going to start it like a block away. A white man got on his car with a gun. The police rolled up on this guy. They're doing their First Amendment rights too. They got to show it. Me too. Hopefully they show it right. That's what I'm doing. My First Amendment rights. No, I was here last night, and they made it seem like it was a war zone down here last night when it wasn't. That's why I'm doing it. Okay. I want the media to reflect themselves. See how they see it. Media is corrupt. I'm not saying it is corrupt. I'm just saying. I want you to see this in your eyes. Are you here for the young
I'm here for you guys, the people.
And that's what it's all about. Are you here to make money, or are you here to give a true story?
I'm here for truth. I'm here for you. I'm here for black people.
There are people out there that can't get from black people. You're here for people.
No, I'm here for black people.
No, we're here for people.
I'm here for what you do.
They got on certain stuff. I was here last night. And now when I saw this on the media last night, that's all they talk about. It made it seem like a war zone down here. That's what it wasn't. That's not all they get people on me. All right, I know that. I see that. I knew it. I know how you get in the DC versus the way. Yeah, I know that. That's what the media does. So that's why I'm very proud. So they can see themselves. Thank you. We got to see your names right now. No comment. No comment.
Yeah, well, that's it. And I think there's a narrative out here on the street that they want to blame that one on the police. And that's a narrative that they're accepting. They believe that it was a rubber bullet. They believe that the police shot him, and that ultimately resulted in his death. Now, the official version that we got of that is that was civilian on civilian. And we haven't got a lot of clarity as far as what kind of round was fired and what brought it about, or whether there's a suspect that police are zeroing in on or in custody. We just don't have a lot of information to that effect, Brett.
White media reporting our business. I agree. Why are we supporting it? The biggest gang in the world. There's not one black media representative.
Okay. All right. Got it. 45 seconds.
We're gonna keep marching, stay together, stay with your people.
Excuse me, camera people.
We're gonna go back up this way. Let's go this way.
I don't know, you guys want to have...
Is there any way to
right, huh? Getting up and over that crowd?
If anybody throws something at the camera, I'm pretty far from it.
Yeah.
I called your doppelganger. It turned out not to be you.
Sounds like a handsome guy, though. Or Andy Davis. Yeah, I'm still with you. I suspect this might just be a break.
Why would you take a break in the middle of?
They just build them into their schedule. So nobody gets too worked out. They're just going on a break.
There's a Thursday night football game.
At least you get to watch the game. These guys are just going on a break. There's no trouble in the Marriott.
I left the dryer on, that's it.
That guy's shirt says IE ass. What?
Go down here, police or.
Well, not all they do.
Yeah, they direct traffic too. Yeah, so.
Stand by, Bobby.
Hey, Mike, anything down? Anything?
Well, it looks the streets are a little bit bare right now, as you can see by Bob Lee's camera at the moment. One of the demonstrators said that they all just decided to go back to the park. You saw that confrontation with the police who were staging in one particular area, and that seemed to kind of break up the demonstration. Some people were interested in confronting the police officers who were standing there. Some of the demonstrators were interested in marching, and they kept going. So kind of divided them up a bit. I don't see a large mass of demonstrators at any point. They just seem to kind of deposited themselves at different places in the on the street here in the Uptown area. When I was talking to you before about the bicycle police who seem to have a soft profile, if you will, that's what I was talking about. No riot gear, just plain old bicycle helmets and the bike standard bike cop gear, Brett.
It looks like Santa is live.
Thank you. Do I have to if I'm clear with O'Reilly, do I have to redial for Megan's show?
They should move you over. They should move you over. I will double check that they do that.
Okay. Yes. Zip. Okay. Do you still want me to do the videos? Okay. Oh, we are in the same. Well, that's. Yeah. All right. So, well, yeah, we're both on the same thing now. Yeah, I hear you, and I heard Kristen talking. Okay, go ahead, Kristen. Go ahead, Kristen. Got it. Yep. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll keep it right up next to my mouth.
Keep the sound going.
Yeah. Out, Bobby. 5 out, Bobby. They're in the lead in. They're in the lead.
Do you know what control?
Stand by.
Are we live right now? It should be 6. It's not 6.
9 for Kelly Show.
Stand by. Stand by. And Megan, what you're watching right now is a little bit of a commotion just because there's a car that's trying to make it out through the center of the crowd. Frankly, it looks like the demonstrators were pretty cooperative in trying to clear a path for that car to get out. Now, one of the things I just saw tonight is a new sign that says Justice for Justin. Justin Carr, as you know, is the individual who was injured during the demonstrations last night. He died of his injuries today. The version of the people here on the street is that he was hit by a rubber bullet fired by the police. That resulted in his death. I've had a number of people tell me that I have video of it. I've asked them to show me the video. No one's shown me the video of it. The police version is very different. Police say that he was shot by a civilian during the course of the demonstrations, ultimately dying of his injuries. But he has become one of the causes about which they are protesting now. I'd ballpark the demonstration crowd right now at about 300. It appears that police are trying intentionally not to have friction with these demonstrators as they go through the center of the town, as long as nothing starts getting busted up. We did see a confrontation with police in riot gear, but it wasn't a situation where the riot cops came after the demonstrators. It was a situation where the demonstrators found where they were staging and went up to the riot cops and started the confrontation. Ultimately, it was diffused by a number of community and religious leaders who put a line in between the demonstrators and the police ultimately just walked off without incident and took a break inside one of the hotels. So we're watching the demonstrations. They're going through the center of town here now. Part of the town is called Uptown, some of the area where there was trouble last night. Thus far, a lot of marching, a lot of chanting. I haven't seen much trouble, and police, it appears, are intentionally trying to keep their presence minimal for the moment. Megan? Got it.
Radio wants to hear my conversation.
Got it.
Hey, come on.
it takes. No racist police! Sit down! Sit down!
Got it.
Get the media out of here. Y'all the one that's bringing everybody up here. Get your asses out of here.
Could you help us? Just stand down. That's all we
Just keep on moving. Y'all should be moving.
Hands up. Stand down.
Y'all the one bringing everybody up here.
You're in trouble. Stand down. Hands up. Jesus. Would you stand down? Please.
You still walking?
Get the media out of here. Y'all the one bringing all this mess up here.
Come on, man. Just stand down.
Get the media out of here. Get the media out of here.
Keep it moving. You're doing great. Let's go. Keep it moving.
Do they have sidearms? No, I think no.
And if you guys are just joining us right now, these are live videos right now that you're seeing on the ground in Charlotte. This is the third night that they've protested out there after a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. The family of that man was able to watch 2 police videos recently, but they said they couldn't say what was in his hands when he was shot and killed by a police officer. It's hard to tell. The attorney said it's, quote, impossible to discern from the videos what Mr. Scott was holding in his hand. So because of that, because it's hard to determine what exactly he's holding in his hands in that video, these protests are coming out again tonight saying release the video, because now the family of that man that was shot and killed wants police to release the videos to the public, because the family says that he was just holding a book while the police say that he had a weapon on him. So again, you're watching this live on the Fox News Now stream of the third night of protests here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Right now, protesters are yelling, "Don't shoot," "Hands up," "Don't shoot," "Black Lives Matter," and "Release the video." And the family wants the police to immediately release those videos to the public, but the police chief told reporters earlier today that he's not going to do that because he doesn't want to jeopardize the investigation. the public may never see the video, because when asked whether there was a time at which the public could expect it, the police chief said there would be no such expectation. Again, this is still under investigation, and these are the third night of protests of people yelling, "Release the video," because they do not believe that the man that was shot and killed had a weapon on him. His family members say that he just had a book on him, that he was reading in his car, waiting to pick up one of his kids from school. Again, the man that was shot and killed on Tuesday in Charlotte, North Carolina, was 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott. And you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. If you want, take a moment to like our Facebook page or subscribe to our YouTube channel. That way you can see live videos like this coming in your feed every day. Again, we streamed this yesterday. We streamed the protests on Tuesday. We streamed the Tulsa, Oklahoma protests. So we are streaming live events from all over the U.S. every day. So if you want to keep seeing these videos and be able to be in the know at the moment, go ahead and click like on our Facebook page or subscribe on our YouTube channel. And again, I'm going to try and bring you guys the latest information. And if it seems like I'm switching videos a lot, I'm looking at all the feeds right now, and I'm trying to give you guys the best video footage. Let me turn the sound up now. Let's see if we can hear anything. Sorry about that. Again, this is not as violent as it was last night. I don't know if you guys were watching with us on the Fox News Now stream, but last night there were protests again in Charlotte, North Carolina last night, where fireworks and rocks were being thrown at police. Police were throwing tear gas back at them. Businesses were looted. Windows were shattered, broken into. Cars were broken into, and windows were smashed. Very violent last night. We don't know if that's going to escalate tonight. It looks like about the same amount of people as last night, maybe more. But you guys are watching this live on the Fox News Now stream. We just hope that everyone can be safe, because last night someone was shot and killed by another protester. And that's being investigated by the homicide team there in Charlotte, North Carolina. And this was all just because the protests got out of hand last night. Someone was shot and killed by another civilian there on the ground. So hopefully tonight people can stay safe and they can stay peaceful. And I'm also reading your guys' comments right now on our YouTube stream and on our Facebook live stream. So I appreciate you guys watching and commenting. I'll read some of the best comments live. Again, last night the mayor, or the governor, I should say, of Charlotte, North Carolina, declared a state of emergency, and they had to call in the National Guard. Again, that was last night that they had to call in the National Guard and Highway Patrol to assist the police officers. Tonight, it looks like it is a lot more calm, though, than last night, so... Whitney says it's good to see all types of people taking a stand for what's right. Nicole says it's early. Nicole, you're right. I mean, it's still early. We don't know for sure what could happen. But you can see a lot of people have their cell phones out right now trying to, take videos of what's going on and what they're seeing around them. Let me turn up the sound a little bit, see if we can hear anything. Again, there doesn't seem to be much order to these protests. It sort of looks like everyone's just standing around waiting to be told what to do or waiting to hear someone speak. A lot of people holding up signs saying Black Lives Matter. A lot of people just have their phones out taking videos, but we're not really sure what the plan is for tonight. We don't know what people are just sort of standing around for. I guess we will see how this unfolds. Again, though, viewer discretion is advised. And I'm checking all the live feeds for you guys right now to make sure that we're showing you the most active video.
Pretty much as the score says. Yes.
We're not really sure where these people are heading right now. It seems like they're all sort of following each other in the same direction.
I hear you just fine.
Your chef kit is not till 23 after.
Okay. We're just following them. This might be good if we come out of the.
We got kids out here.
Hey, Bobby.
It's sad I gotta teach my kids how to fucking goddamn
You coming
talk to the police, nigga. That shit crazy, nigga.
Coming out. They're gonna come to us here pretty soon, Bobby.
Again, you guys, we apologize for the profanity that you are hearing right now. This is live. Viewer discretion is advised.
We see you.
2 minutes, okay. They're across the street. You get the shots of the windows. The Democrat. I just wanted to get the windows of the inmates. See if they're still flashing their lights. In a minute. Okay. Let's get bigger than. No, if we go to the other side, we can see them flashing their lights. Yeah, look at that.
I'm off PL right now.
Off PL, okay. About 30 seconds till we're out. Of course, before they come to us, everybody's going to move again.
Looks like the reporter is getting ready to talk soon, so bear with us while he gets ready to report live there from the scene. He'll be able to give us the latest information.
And I'll show you something interesting that's happened. They stopped in front of the county jail here. And if we look up at the county jail cells themselves, the inmates are now flashing their lights to recognize the fact that they see and hear the demonstrators down here. And you see the demonstrators making a bunch of noise up to the inmates in the county jail. But what you don't see out here is a very large police presence. We've got a handful of bike cops off in this direction. And for the most part, they're letting the demonstrators just get out here and march. Here's a couple of uniformed police officers coming through, but not big numbers of police, clearly trying to minimize the friction. The one thing I'm seeing with the crowd, though, is they're marching as they stop at the intersections and they chant. They're getting more rowdy. I'm also picking up a lot of smell of pot and booze. So the activity is picking up throughout the night, Megan. Yeah, that's them. If you look back up, they're still flashing their lights. So they're recognizing them down here and saying that they're part of the demonstration. Got it. Got it. Got it.
I need somebody to help me for a second. Hold this so I can dial in the bridge again, which keeps disconnecting on me.
Keeps dropping out?
Yeah. We'll just walk a little bit if you don't mind.
Well, if you guys are just watching with us, that was pretty interesting that you could see the inmates in the jail there were flashing their lights from their windows to let the people on the ground know that they're with them, that they support them. That was really interesting. I haven't seen anything like that before. But again, you're watching this all live. Anything can happen. And again, we do apologize for any profanity that you guys are hearing on the ground there. This is live video, so viewer discretion is advised. This is live from the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina. Protests happening after a man was shot and killed on Tuesday by police. I want to add that the man that was shot and killed was 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott. He was African American, and the officer that shot him was also African American. He's been put on administrative leave. The family of the man who was shot and killed claimed that he was just reading a book and that's all he had in his hands was a book, where the police are saying, no, we saw a weapon. So right now there's an investigation going on, but the reason that there are more protests tonight is because the family is demanding that they release the video. They were able to see the video, but they say that you can't really tell what he's holding in it. And they're upset about that. And they're saying, show the public the video. So that's why, again, there's a third night of protests here, because they're demanding to see that video so they can determine what exactly Keith Lamont Scott had in his hand. Again, you guys are watching this right now on the Fox News Now stream. And I'm reading your comments right now. I'll read some of them on the air. The reporter out there that you guys just listened to also said that he could smell a lot of pot and booze out there. So again, sometimes these things can escalate if people have been drinking or smoking. We don't really know what's going to happen tonight. Last night, I would say personally, was much worse. I was watching it with you guys last night, and you know, you could see rocks being thrown, windows being smashed into. And one man was shot and killed there last night by another civilian on the ground. He was taken to the hospital. He was put on life support for several hours, and it was confirmed today that he did die. Let me turn up the sound here and see if we can hear anything.
Set it on fire. Then we'll blame you.
Again, we're not really sure where these people are marching. I think that they are just trying to make a point that they are angry about the shooting that happened on Tuesday of a 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott, who was an African-American man shot by police. The officer that shot him was also African-American. He's been put on paid administrative leave. This is the third night of protests here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And there was also a police-involved shooting in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where an African-American man was shot. Not too many protests there. It really seems to be heating up here, though, in Charlotte. And as you can see, the people that have shirts tied around their faces and bandanas, those are because, you know, the tear gas, obviously. The police throw out tear gas when the crowds start to get a little bit too dangerous. And so they're covering their faces in case that happens again tonight, because it definitely happened last night. A lot of tear gas was thrown into the crowds because protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks at police, also shattering windows on cars and windows on storefronts. Laura says can't handle tear gas. You know, a lot of people last night definitely couldn't handle it. You could see people's eyes watering. Some people were throwing up because of this tear gas that gets in your eyes, and people were running away because it can be really hard to take in. Even the reporters that were in the field there, all of their eyes were watering up. It looked like they were crying, but really it was just this tear gas that can get in your eyes and make you sick. I'm going to put another video up here in the corner of just another angle. For you guys to see. Okay, so now you'll be able to see what's going on from all angles right now. The box in the right-hand corner is just a different angle of what's happening there in Charlotte, North Carolina. If anything happens in that box, I will take it full, but I just want to make sure you guys could see everything from all angles. Again, these are protests that are happening right now in Charlotte, North Carolina after a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. Protests started Tuesday night. They were pretty calm compared to Wednesday night, where a man on the ground of that protest was actually shot and killed by another civilian there. And this is the third night of protests. So let's hope that it is much more safe than last night. Last night, the governor had to declare a state of emergency and call in the National Guard and the Highway State Patrol to assist the police officers there. Oh, looks like we can hear him. Let me turn the sound up.
Marching through the streets, and again, what we don't see is a very large presence of police. I see a couple of police officers up in the front. It looks like they're just keeping an eye on the situation, but you don't have a big line of police that could start some friction with these demonstrators. Now they're stopped at one location here, and usually what happens is they'll give some directions or they'll start chanting when they're at this one point where they're stopping, but I certainly can't report any trouble right now, Megan. We've just seen people marching and doing their thing. Hundreds now. I would say I'd ballpark it at around 500, the people I see marching here in the street. And again, the police that are making themselves visible. I know in one of the hotels, a lot of the police are hanging out in the lobby and cooling off, and those are some of the police in the heavy riot gear. So they're not coming out here to be confrontational. You can see at the front of this crowd right now, Bobby, shoot straight forward, you see a small platoon, if you will, of bike cops in light gear. And it looks like they're just blazing the trail and getting the traffic out of the way and making sure that nobody gets hurt. As far as the national, yeah, what a difference a day makes. It certainly does. Got it.
I also want to let you guys know I just got a push alert from the AP that says the mayor there is imposing a curfew starting at midnight. After these 3 nights of protests, they are now imposing a curfew starting at midnight.
Justice, no peace, brother. No justice, no peace. Make a play real quick. Midnight curfew, just let y'all know. There is a midnight curfew. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Hands up! 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 Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
I want to read you guys the latest Fox News article about what exactly is going on here in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. Ugly scenes emerged from Wednesday night's rioting in Charlotte, including a Twitter video of a man being beaten and dragged by a mob, and the brother of the black man whose death in a police shooting touched off protests, telling media that all white people are, quote, devils. Charlotte officials appealed for calm on Thursday, 2 days after 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott was killed and just hours after violent riots stemmed from Scott's death. The unrest resulted in one man being shot and killed while several police officers and civilians were injured. Police have made 44 arrests so far. Let me scroll down a little bit. North Carolina governor declared a state of emergency at about midnight last night and called in the National Guard after Charlotte's police chief said he needed the help. The events that we saw last night are not the Charlotte I know and love, said the mayor. They are not reflective of our community, of the deep-seated traditions we have of collaboration and peace, said the mayor. They're having a full and transparent investigation of the police shooting on Tuesday of 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott. However, the police chief there would not commit to releasing the video of the incident to the public, which again is why we're seeing these protests tonight, because they do not want to release that video to the public. Let me turn the sound up a little bit, see if I'm talking over anything.
Yeah, I got you. Got it. I'm with you. Thirty seconds. Got it. I'll find somebody to talk to. Anybody you want to talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to know why.
Give me a second. Wait. Well, what does the anchor come to me? I'll come up and talk to you. You know about Justin Carr? The guy who got killed last night? What's your name? Carter? And Sean, we've got a crowd of, I'd ballpark it about 500 people. They've stopped right now. They're giving some kind of instructions. They're doing some chanting. And I'll bring one of the demonstrators in here. This is Carlos. Carlos, what's your last name?
Roseboro.
Roseburg. What are you trying to get done here tonight, Carlos?
I'm just trying to, come out here and support, Black Lives Matter and stuff. I just want to know why, when we was in our own communities doing this, wasn't no National Guard or nothing. Now we up here costing the government money. Now they got the National Guard in here. This is an oppressive government. That's what this is. This is an oppressive government.
Right, you're saying that the guard's only out here because you're in the rich area.
Because we're in the rich area. That's why they out.
Let me ask you this. Justin Carr was killed out here demonstrating last night. Does that dissuade you from coming out here?
No, it doesn't. Because I'm coming out here for people like him that died out here.
Now, the police say that they've got evidence that he was shot by a civilian out
Nah,
here.
he was shot by the police.
How do you know that?
He was shot by. Because they got eyewitness reports, and all that eyewitness reports, somebody seen it. I have a friend that personally hit me up and said his friend saw him get shot by the police.
Now, Megan said, had a guest on her show named Ryan who said he heard the shot and immediately saw a young black man with dreadlocks with a pistol who ran off.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
I don't believe that.
Okay. Are you worried about your own?
The police shot him.
You believe the police shot? Do you believe it was a rubber bullet?
I believe it was a real bullet.
Got it. And that's what we've heard, the two different versions. You've heard the version coming from the chief. He says there's no doubt in his mind that the evidence will show that Justin Carr was shot by a civilian out here. The version that the people believe out here on the street, Sean, is the rubber bullet, close range from the police. Right. Right. Well, let me ask somebody here. Hey, buddy, you want to answer a couple of questions?
Sure.
The question from New York is, do you take into account the fact that everybody from the police chief to the man who was shot to the police officer who fired the shot, they were all black? Does that change your position at all?
No, I don't think it changes the position at all. I think it has to do with the training of police officers, and a lot of times the community, and myself included, we feel like the police, they don't have that long of a training. So it's a training issue. It's not so much of a black, everybody to know proper procedures and how to handle situations.
If it turns out that Keith Lamont Scott had a gun, are you going to change your position? Does it make a difference to you?
No, because at the end of the day, from what I was told, is that he posed a threat. But I don't necessarily.
Well, if he had a gun, clearly he posed a threat.
I mean, I don't know if that gun was on his hip. I don't know if he pointed it at the cop. Even if he had a gun, I mean, he was waiting on his kids. So at the end of the day, I don't understand why he lost his life. So if you guys can clarify what you guys mean by posing a threat.
Are you willing to wait for the investigation? Wait for all the evidence?
When a black man kills a black man, he goes downtown for 2 years before he's found not guilty.
So you're saying you're not willing to wait for the investigation?
The video now.
All right, you heard that. He says he's not willing to wait for the investigation, and his argument was when a black man kills a black man, they'll take him downtown right away. Sean. Yeah, go ahead. All right, the question from New York is, do police deserve the presumption of innocence?
No, they don't deserve the presumption of innocence when they commit a crime. They are still citizens. They are sworn citizens.
But the question is, why aren't you willing to wait for the evidence?
Because they don't wait. When you are accused of a crime, they don't wait to take you downtown. They take you downtown, give you no bail, and wait for 2 years before you're found not guilty. So if that's the case, until we find out the officer's not guilty, take them downtown for 2 years.
Now, what if the guy who got killed, what if he committed a crime?
He wasn't committing a crime, even if he had a gun. You know what? Don't you own a gun?
No.
You have the right to bear arms.
You have the right to bear arms.
So what if it turns
do the
out
police
he had
deserve
a gun
us to-
and he was a threat?
If he had a threat, if he was a threat, how can you? If he never shot the gun, you can't say it was a threat. You don't know what he's thinking. You don't know what he's thinking.
Goddamn gun. My point
Well, what if he pointed the gun?
He didn't point a gun. They never said that. They never said that.
That's unresolved from the video right now.
Show the tape. Show the tape, and we can make. Show the tape. Why do you have?
Now, you hear that often out here, Sean. Show the tape. And the police officer says he is reluctant to show the tape. And these guys.
What a motherfucking tape.
Show us the tape. Show us the tape.
And I want to be careful because obviously we got them riled up here to start chanting, show us the tape. And I want to be careful that we're not stoking the embers here, Sean.
Show us the tape. Show us the tape. Show us the tape.
All right.
Show us the tape. Show us the tape.
What video are you? What video are you with? Are you a Fox News? Sean Hannity show now? Look at is this? Are you on for Sean Hannity now? Sean Hannity.
I was just on with Sean Hannity. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I listen to that guy all the time, but I think he's nuts.
Well done.
Hey, you laugh because you know that yourself. Sean Hannity, he takes emotion.
What's your name?
I'm Tony.
Tony.
But see, my thing is,
I got to keep up with my guy.
I listen to all the ones, and that's NBC, I get it.
Well, you know what? You're good. You listen to everybody.
I'm about to listen. I listen.
Everybody's coming from you.
I think Megan, yeah, the Megan, that's the one. That's good.
She did a good job. Yeah, that worked out, huh? The one guy, he did drop an F-bomb, but it was kind of muddled. Yeah, it was the guy with the white thing. Yeah.
Are you back on Hannity again?
We'll just stay with it.
We're doing a midnight special after.
And you know what, Sean, listen, hold on today. Like, all right.
Eating that line for an hour. I want to run into the Marriott and use the bathroom. You want to run in the Marriott and use the bathroom?
Oh, man. I tell you, every time I put, do something and I'll be like, oh, that's going to get a lot of buzz on Twitter. You get on Hannity or Megan's show, your Twitter feed just fills up.
Good stuff or what? Is it just mixed?
Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are live protests happening right now in Charlotte, North Carolina after a black man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. As you just saw, the reporter there was asking the crowd some questions. One man said, that the black man would just have been sent downtown for 2 years until he was proven guilty or not guilty. I'm also reading your guys' comments right now on our Facebook live video and our YouTube channel. And I want to know if you were out there right now, what would you want to ask the people out there, or what would you want the reporter to ask? What questions do you want to be asked out there? Comment below and I'll read them on the air. So Brittany said the question that she would want a reporter to ask is, do you have work in the morning? Another person commented, Tyler says, what if the guy pointed the gun at police? Again, I'm asking you guys to comment, what would you want the reporter to ask the protesters out there tonight? And if you were out there, what would you want to ask them? Nikki asks, what makes this different than last night's protest? Nikki, tonight they're protesting because the police there are refusing to, well, not refusing, but they have said that they do not want to release the video yet of the shooting that happened the other day of Keith Lamont Scott, on Tuesday to be exact. So they're protesting again tonight because they were hoping today they'd be able to see the video. And now they're yelling, show us the video. Last night, actually, it was a lot more violent than it was tonight. One person actually was shot and killed there at the protest last night by another civilian on the ground. Delia asks, where are they walking? We're not sure where they're walking. It doesn't seem like there's much order to this protest. It seems like they're just sort of walking around, holding up signs, chanting. Brian commented, why destroy your city? Brian, that's a question a lot of people have been asking, you know, why destroy the city because you're angry about a shooting? Even the governor was saying this is not what is expected out of Charlotte. Jesse said, ask them if they're going to obey the curfew. Jesse, that's a great question. They did set a midnight curfew tonight there in Charlotte, North Carolina after 3 days of protest. This is the third day. Are they going to obey the curfew? We don't know. If they don't, they will probably be arrested. Last night, police said anyone that stayed in the area would be arrested. So that's a good question, Jesse. I also want to take you to, I'm going to put up a video in the corner here where it looks like that could be National Guard. Stay tuned for a sec.
Man, y'all can go. Y'all don't gotta patrol us. Y'all don't gotta patrol us. What y'all telling us we good for? We gotta be patrolling y'all. That's the problem. Yeah, y'all can leave. You don't gotta stay here with us. What you telling us to go for? You can leave. You don't. Yeah.
They're gonna take our shot as live pictures, so they want you to hold it up straight.
You ain't behind me. You. Man, listen, man, we don't got. What about how they harass us in our community? What about how they harass us?
Stand by. Not yet.
That's the voice of Charlotte. All we want to do is talk some sense into the National Guard. Y'all bring the National Guard to kill us, but guess what? We want the National Guard to join us. We want y'all to join us and support us. We need y'all to protect us in the streets against the wicked police who shooting us. The National Guard, y'all should be out here on our side, joining us. Y'all should be having the red, black, and green flag flying behind y'all and supporting us. Y'all need to take off that uniform and take on the uniform of black liberation. Y'all need to take off the uniform of the oppressor and take on the uniform of Marcus Garvey. Take on the uniform of Sojourner Truth. Take on the uniform of Malcolm X. Take on the uniform of Harriet Tubman. Take on the uniform of Denmark Vesey. Take on the uniform of the freedom fighters who fought for us to have freedom, justice, and equality. Who were standing against Martin Luther King or the National Guard, guess what? A lot of them are giving testimony saying they shouldn't have did that shit. Right.
No, sorry.
Right. Y'all brothers, man, y'all are some beautiful brothers, and y'all are brothers out here in the struggle. We don't want to see nothing happen to y'all. We love y'all brothers. We know y'all got a job to do. We love y'all brothers, man. Y'all just like me. Y'all probably came from the hood like me. Y'all probably know. Y'all probably know. They do understand. They understand. They know what we go through. I'm pretty sure y'all got homies on the street who sell dope. I'm pretty sure y'all had homies on the street who got killed. I'm pretty sure y'all had homies on the street who were gang banging. Y'all came up in the hood. I know y'all came up in the hood because y'all can relate. I can see it. Y'all ain't square. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know that we got good intentions. Y'all know that. That brother back here look like he's a good brother, man. That brother right here, he look real, man. He look like a real motherfucker, man. I see it, and he look like a real motherfucker, man. He look like a motherfucker I'll fuck with on the street. These are real motherfuckers out here, man. We don't want y'all, man, to get caught up in the damn people trying to put guns on us, want to shoot us. We don't want y'all to fall victim to that, man. We are people, man. We are people. We are people, man. Yeah, man. Come on, man.
I jinxed myself last week when I asked you guys what your craziest story was that you've published.
All right, you guys, well, it looks like we just have a ground shot right now, but hopefully they will take the camera up soon and we can see what's going on there.
Protesters are now kind of yelling at a convoy of police.
Whoops, sorry about that, guys. Let me take you to another video here.
Still not got through yet?
No, to kind of get the other two to hang up.
Yeah, I mean, the more you're in front of us, the more the frequency I lose you.
We do have a reporter that looks like he's getting ready to talk soon. We'll go to him. Sorry, we'll go to him in a few minutes. But hopefully that video, it looks like the video might be a little glitchy, so I don't want to take you there yet. But I am looking at a video right now of a reporter that looks like he's getting ready to talk. So get ready. I might switch the video to another scene here at the protests.
Right now we are live in front of Bank of America Stadium, which is where the Carolina Panthers play. And if you take a look right now, the National Guard is posted up right in the front right here. It's actually been pretty cool to see. Some of the protesters have just been giving some fist bumps to the soldiers. If you take a look, it's happening right here, a handshake. This is great to see. You know, there's been no violence tonight, been very peaceful. They're posting for photos together. Yeah, the soldiers have their guns holstered, but there's no issues going on here. Look at this. They're hugging each other, very peaceful, smiles, handshakes. This is great to see. And again, this is right in front of where the Carolina Panthers play. A football game scheduled for this Sunday. Officials were concerned about the schedule, but they decided to keep it. And again, David, this is great to see compared to what we saw last night here.
It's great to see, and if I can, I want to see if we can bring in one of these gentlemen that was just meeting with me.
Sorry, you guys, that was just a little too glitchy. I'll go back to it if it starts to look a little bit better, but that was just a little too glitchy and we couldn't hear what he was saying. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is another night of protests after a man was shot and killed Tuesday night in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is a lot more calm and peaceful compared to last night's protests where protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks at police, and police were returning with tear gas. One man was even shot and killed last night during those protests. He was shot by another civilian there on the ground. He was then taken to the hospital and put on life support for hours. Today, he was confirmed dead. Tonight, though, a lot more peaceful compared to last night. And you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. We stream live events from all over the U.S. every day, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So if you want, like our Facebook page or subscribe to our YouTube channel. That way you can see live videos like this in your feed every day and be able to know what's going on in the world. I also appreciate all the comments and all of the viewers tuning in right now. I'm reading your comments live on the air. Earlier, I asked you guys, what would you want the reporters out there to ask the protesters? And you guys commented a lot of great stuff. Again, the man that was shot and killed Tuesday night was 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott. He was African American. The officer who shot him was also African American. He has been put on paid administrative leave. Looks like the reporter's going to talk soon. Let me turn up the sound.
1 minute. Okay.
I'm gonna get a shot of that, so don't block me, okay?
You're good, man. You're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, like this side.
Yeah, you're good right there.
Yeah, you come back. You come up a little closer. That's cool. But like right about that, 'cause we want to talk about that. All right.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's. Excuse me, sir. That's what? That's to what? That road.
Where's that road to?
That's us.
That's the loop, right?
The loop, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm not going to zoom in.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll just reference.
Yeah.
Well, we're on the backside of Bank of America Stadium, and as you see right here, we've got the loop up here. Folks have begun to climb up the embankment up to the road with their signs, hands up, don't shoot. Still remaining peaceful. This protest, this rally has been going on since about 7 o'clock, marching in a big loop around uptown Charlotte. Really peaceful, and it's really interesting to note two different ways of looking at it. I talked to a young man, 28 years old, who said he got a phone call from his friend saying, hey, you know, can I come down here? Is it safe? And he says, yeah, you got to come down here. Everything's cool. And they say it takes two to tango. It's really interesting to note that you got two different approaches here. You've had some people who've been confrontational, yelling at police officers and them showing restraint. And we've seen protesters giving dap to police officers, giving them a fist bump, saying thank you. So we've seen both sides of the coin here trying to maintain peace and order in this area. But right now, we're going to continue to keep up with this group and see what's going on up here. So we're going to throw it back up to the studio.
Now they've switched back to don't shoot, hands up. Let you listen to that for a minute. So they keep switching up their slogans. But as I was saying, they want to see this body cam video. Authorities here in Charlotte are saying we're not going to release it. It's unclear if they're ever going to release it. The Scott family, however, had a chance to see it today. They said that there was no comment after they watched it initially, and then the lawyer came out and said that they clearly had some more questions about what was on that video. Guys? Some of them are aware, others are not, but generally speaking, word travels fast here, as their feet do also. But, you know, that is the $64,000 question right now. What is going to happen in 90 minutes? Are these demonstrators going to heed the police orders, the orders coming directly from the mayor of Charlotte, or are they going to protest those orders and stay out here on the streets? And if they do, what will the outcome be? We don't know right now, guys. Thanks, guys.
All right, Wagga should be next. Who, Wagga? Yep. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Oakland. Okay,
Sorry.
Wagga is in your ear.
Wagga?
Wagga.
When are they up right now?
35.
What is it now?
It's 10:35.
Oh, they're going back to the highway here.
All right.
Are they? I don't even know.
All right, you guys, well, we're just following this reporter. It looks like they might be going to a different area of the protests there in Charlotte, North Carolina. If you're just joining us, this is the third night of protests in Charlotte, North Carolina, after a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. Last night, the governor there declared a state of emergency and called in the National Guard. Tonight, protests are a little bit more peaceful than they were last night. A man was actually shot and killed there last night. That is being investigated. Bear with us here while the photographer tries to find a new spot there to film. Again, I'm also reading your guys' comments, questions. Let me switch the videos here. Something a little bit.
Peaceful protests. What are you gearing up for? Look, this is a reflection. You guys are escalating right now. Peaceful protests behind you. Hundreds of people peacefully protesting. You guys are riot shields. What do you need those for? 10:34, maybe 35. Sir, please take a second. 30 seconds. These are peaceful protests. Peaceful protests. Please do not point your gun at me, sir. These are peaceful protests. Look at your reflection. I am your brother. What are you marching for? What are you going to war for? We're on the same side. What are you gearing up for? These are peaceful protests. That's 277 right here. I guess it's because they're on the highway.
You can hear the man asking, why do you have your guns? This is a peaceful protest. But last night, one man was shot and killed there on the ground. So they are no longer considering this peaceful. That's why the police have to try and protect the community. I think I might switch the video for you guys here soon. Looks like there's something a little bit more active going on.
high spot. Try and go up the hill. Steve? What? Check it. I got you. Here we go. Can you get up here? Y'all want to get up here first? Yeah.
Up on that hill up there. Get back.
Again, you guys, viewer discretion is advised. This is live video right now. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you, sir, or madam.
Let's just keep moving. Let's keep our protest moving. Let's keep our protest moving. Hey, y'all, protect and serve the people. Protect and serve the people. Bring up DJ Sammy Citrus. Sammy Citrus. Where are you, DJ Sammy Citrus? SoundCloud.com, Sammy Citrus.
Yo. Let me call you back. That's cool, man.
Again, just to remind you guys, the governor there has issued a curfew for midnight. Everyone has to clear the streets by midnight. Right now it's about 10:43 there in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. So they have just a little bit more time to be out there on the streets. We apologize, it's a little bit dark so you can't see too much, but it's dozens of police officers are out there right now lining the street, and people are yelling, "Our streets, whose streets? Our streets, Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace." Again, this is all because a black man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. Protests started Tuesday evening, picked up again last night, and again, this is the third night of protest. I'm going to turn the sound back up for you guys.
get out of the way here.
Sorry about all the switching of the video, guys. Sometimes the feed gets a little glitchy and I want to take it to the cleanest video for you guys. I'm watching all the feeds right now. I'm trying to bring you guys the most active footage. And if anything gets a little glitchy, I try to switch out and show you guys a cleaner video. So bear with me here while I switch videos for you guys as it comes through. Again, you're watching live protests right now. Viewer discretion is advised. We do apologize for any profanity that you might hear. These are live protests in Charlotte, North Carolina, where a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. This is the third night of protests. The mayor there has issued a curfew tonight, saying that everyone needs to be home by midnight. Again, it's around 10:45 there. 10:50, I should say, in Charlotte, North Carolina. You're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
It's gonna keep pushing down. All right, we'll just keep an eye on it. Straight ahead of us.
Stay cool, stay cool. Be like water. Be like water. They created a zone for themselves. They created a zone. We out of that zone. We don't want to be zoned. We're not going to be zoned.
Daphne asks, why are these people covering their faces? Well, a lot of people are covering their faces in case tear gas is thrown that can protect their eyes and their mouth from breathing in the tear gas. Some are probably covering their faces because they don't want to be seen by the media. But again, if you get that tear gas in your eyes, you could pass out, you could throw up, your ears would, or your eyes would start watering and get really red. That can be really hard to handle. So a lot of people come with masks, or they come with bandanas to tie around their faces. Switching the video again for you guys. Again, this one is glitching.
Most of the night has been very peaceful with no issues, but within the last 20 minutes things have escalated here. We saw people jump on the interstate. Okay, look at this big line of riot police over here to our left. They are pushing folks off the bridge above I-277. We're going to move past the state trooper vehicle right here, and you'll get a good look at them. They're battering their shields right now as they walk forward. You can see people standing in front of them with their hands in the air. That's a group of probably about 50 riot police pushing all those folks off the bridge. David, that's the bridge where somebody threw a glass bottle at us.
Someone threw a glass bottle off that bridge over to us when we were near 277. But he wanted to stress this is about as quickly as police have moved in the last couple days of protesting.
Yeah,
I mean, we did not
much
see
more
this
aggressive
much
tonight.
action from these.
How do y'all feel we're handling the
riot
protest?
here yesterday.
Pardon?
How do you feel we're handling the protest?
I think it's been a lot better than last night. Very peaceful. Other than getting on the lanes, that's been the only issue.
I think so too.
Made their way away, really dispersing. Really focusing on people taking pictures in front of these officers. They've really gotten everyone away.
They have, and it's also interesting to point. Okay, are those buses coming up here on the bridge right now? Do you see that?
Coming, not sure what buses they are, if it's any sort of backup or if it's
National Guard possibly, because they were on buses earlier. We don't know. We're going to wait to see who comes off it. But as the situation has escalated a little bit here, it's important to point out we've only seen CMPD trying to control the situation. The National Guard units, we've only seen them stationary, posted up at around certain buildings like the Government Center, the Metro Center, and Bank of America Stadium. So right now, CMPD is doing all the heavy lifting right now. And again, we hadn't seen riot officers for most of the night. As soon as the folks started getting near the interstate here and they started jumping on, a couple of them, like 100 of these riot cops just showed up out of nowhere. So they were clearly tracking this. They knew what was going on, and they rolled in here pretty fast.
I mean, that's completely correct. I mean, about it all night. We walk around the corner, we see officers on bicycles with shorts on or shirts. We don't see these riot officers. We only saw one small group of riot officers earlier in the night when this protest began. But after that, none of them. And as soon as these protesters took over I-277, within a matter of minutes, they were out here. And again, here they are, just quickly moving people back, and this crowd is starting to disperse before it can really turn it into anything we saw last night.
Let's go ahead and use the crosswalk up. Let's let this car go past and go through the crosswalk here and get a little bit closer. Make sure we'll stay on the sidewalk so we're not breaking any laws here. But again, these officers, they came across the bridge from the uptown area. They pushed the protesters off, and as you can see, they've now made a pretty straight line across this road right here. They're not letting anybody on. Again, it's got to be a big priority for them to keep folks off the road so we don't have situations like what we saw the other night on I-85. And right now they're successfully doing that. The protesters were on the road for maybe 5 to 10 minutes before they rolled in and got them off?
Maybe 5 to 10, completely got them all off successfully. Did not think that would happen that quick. And again, we're not trying to, incite anything. We just want to say that the protesters that we have been speaking with are concerned of what's going to happen here in about 1 hour. Not sure if this changes anything because we haven't seen any sort of confrontation yet. This has kind of dispersed a lot of people, so I wonder if this will change what's going to happen at midnight if the crowd is already too dispersed to really get riled up when that curfew hits.
And a big majority of the crowd has since moved up Moorhead Street, so I'm wondering if we should follow them that way because it looks like police have things under control as it stands right here, and there's only a handful of protesters left.
I think that's probably a smart move.
Yeah, Ed, let's go ahead and start walking up Moorhead Street. And again, I've gotten reports from some of my friends who live in the area that sticks have been thrown at some apartments that are here on Moorhead. Here's a complex right here. I'm going to take a look for any damage. I'm not seeing any right now. There's a group of people in front of the doors right there.
Looks like a lot of people who live in this apartment.
Yeah, people out on their balconies.
Out to see what all the commotion is about.
All right, guys, we are continuing to follow this live breaking news situation as we walk up Moorhead Street with a CMPD helicopter shining a searchlight on the road just ahead of us. We're going to walk up to where the majority of the protesters went. We'll be right back.
Go over here a little bit. Sure. So many cameras up there.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys are just joining us tonight, these are live protests happening in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. You can see all the police lined up on the streets. The mayor has issued a midnight curfew. If people don't go home, they could be arrested. Again, this is a lot more peaceful than last night, where one man was actually shot and killed there in Charlotte, North Carolina. And this is all because a black man was shot Tuesday night by police. The family has asked the police officers to release that video of the man being shot and killed on Tuesday by police. But they do not want to release the video to the public yet. So now there are protests again tonight. They've been yelling, "Release the video, Black Lives Matter," and "No justice, no peace." Again, viewer discretion is advised. We are showing you guys this live on the ground right now in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also looking at your comments and questions on our feed. Joe says, "Come on, people, get it together."
Everybody's like, I'm merging now, I'll worry about it later, right? Statistics show that makes it worse. To merge early.
And in the meantime, very hard continue to march around town. All right, guys, let's move, y'all. Let's move. All right, guys. Hey, guys. Let's move, guys. Let's move. Who's done?
Looks like the reporter is going to go live soon, so bear with us here while we wait for him to go live. He's going to give us the latest information, you guys, about what's happening in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Come on, guys.
That's the guy.
To keep things peaceful. In Charlotte,
All right. That's all right. All right. That's right, Shepard. They managed to shut down 277, which encircles the city of Charlotte, for about 10 or 15 minutes. Then police and SWAT team members moved in quickly. They were using what seemed to be pepper balls against the crowd, chased them up here. There's a tense standoff here for several minutes between police and the protesters, really right in their face. And then we saw a number of African-American ministers really get in the middle of it and encourage people to keep marching. So now that standoff seems to have been defused. We've heard about an increased police presence tonight, an increased security presence along with that state of emergency, and that's certainly what has happened. Up until now, it's been a very quiet evening, a lot of marching by a number of protesters, perhaps about 400 strong at the strongest, stopping at the usual spots: the courthouse, the police station, the jail. Chanting, coming very close to public property, especially at the police station doors, but no violence, no destruction of property. And from the police side, no interference with the marches. We've seen really levels of force on behalf of security, from bicycle police to patrol cars to riot police now. We've even seen National Guard on the street really for the first time. National Guard in camouflage uniforms, really looking like soldiers with helmets and rifles as well as armored vehicles. We haven't seen them move from their fixed positions, but they have been in place. And certainly the heavy visibility of security tonight may have played a role in calming things down after last night's violence. Shepard. The security was in place, and apparently they were ready for it. The protesters really climbed over hills, through fences, and tried to make a run onto the highway. A number of protesters did get down, succeeded in blocking the highway, but just for a few minutes. And I can see cars going back and forth in both directions now. A very heavy security presence here. Last night it appeared there was not enough police on the streets. It took about 4 hours to clear just one street, as we witnessed throughout the night, really pitched battles back and forth with pepper spray, with mace, with tear gas. Every time the police would move forward about 100 yards, fire off some rounds, some flashbang grenades, the protesters would simply regather in just a few minutes' time. Tonight we haven't seen that. We haven't seen the protesters really able to make a stand, to get their grip on any territory. This highway was an attempt to do that, and it managed to succeed only for a few minutes before the police have cleared the scene here. They are allowing them to march. They are not interfering with them, and we haven't seen any molestation of property on behalf of the protesters. No looting, no smashing windows, unlike what we saw last night. So calmer on both sides so far, and you've got to think that the well-advertised heavy presence of force has had a lot to do with that. Of course, some determined in the crowd to try and make their stand, but numbers are smaller tonight, and the attempt to seize the highway here failed. Yesterday, it was a very different situation on this Highway 277, where protesters managed to block the street and at times attack vehicles. It really put a deep sense of unrest and despair and panic in some people. The night before, they managed to take over Interstate 85 for a short period of time. So seizing the highways has been something that the police and security forces seem determined not to let happen tonight, Shepard. You know, Shepard, that's been one of the things that's made it difficult, I think, for the security forces to combat these groups, because we've seen a real mix of people. We've seen ministers in suits. We've seen young people in dreadlocks. We've seen people with families. A lot of different goals here. Some violently opposed to the police, cursing at them, throwing beer bottles. Several police were hospitalized yesterday with not serious wounds. So there's been a range of goals on behalf of the protesters, and very different kinds of people, from young to old. Generally, as the night goes on, the crowd has gotten younger and more confrontational. That's happened again tonight, a couple hours later than usual, and without the force or the power or the momentum that we saw yesterday. It seems like if the police botched things yesterday, they're trying to make up for it tonight. I think it's been a poorly publicized move, and a move that's come late. And the real question is, how is it going to be enforced? We've seen police last night several times say anyone who doesn't leave will be arrested, and then they didn't follow up on that threat. So we've seen the protesters come back time and time again. We'll see if they can enforce that curfew. One of the big changes in strategy has been arrests. Last night, just 40 people arrested. Today, police said they're going to arrest anyone who misbehaves. As we see these riot police march back towards their buses, the situation here calmer. They've been moving about where needed, and evidently on this bridge and around 277, where the traffic is flowing once again, they are not needed. So a reduction in forces here, and some really fine work by African American ministers who helped to really diffuse a potential flashpoint here with people getting in the police's face, and they just said, hey, let's keep marching. So movement being used on behalf of some of the ministers to try and keep things calm here as well, Shepard. That's right. We're seeing different levels of force, the softest being those bicycle police that we saw used so effectively in Cleveland at the Republican convention, where there were real concerns about possible violence, but a very visible, mobile, and rapid response by those bicyclists who were able to manipulate and move the protesters in the directions they wanted to go. And also that takes away the patrol car vehicle, which has often been a target, as it was on the first night of the demonstrations here. There's no cars to smash when no cars are out. And we're not seeing any patrol cars here, just riot gear police who come out of buses, and then the patrol police on their bikes, Shepard. No, there was really a startling fury, I think, last night in the crowd when you talked to people and tried to get reactions to them, because there was violence and because there was so much chaos and running back and forth with the different chemical attacks and with the different lunges and charges. There were a lot of people really running around in chaos, disoriented. So the passion and the anger on the street, you know, when you try and talk to them, sometimes people would try and grab the microphone away or really come at you or just shriek in anger. Those emotions certainly different tonight. We're seeing a different mood. As I say that, you know, I still have a little taste of pepper spray in the back of my throat, so this is a long way from over, but certainly a sea change in the last 24 hours and a different strategy, and one that so far seems to be getting the upper hand here, Shepard. You know, if you walked out onto the main trade street, you'd never know that a state of emergency existed. You'd never know that there was a 4-hour riot with running battles between police and protesters the night before. That being said, it doesn't take a lot of people to cause some serious problems. We did see hotels pulling out their windows and putting in plywood to try and save those expensive windows. A lot of merchants deciding to close shop, Bank of America shutting down. And I think real anxiety for people who were in some pretty high-priced hotels like the Ritz-Carlton, which got, you know, some windows smashed and some Mercedes out front smashed. So the anxiety is still there, and it doesn't take a lot. We saw a flashpoint here, which could have escalated. We saw one man shot and killed last night in the protest. So it just takes one individual to spark things off. It's died down, but it's not over yet, Shepard. Thank you. He'll keep moving to try and find you a good picture. They said you're going to be hot for the whole hour. So I told him Chris was going to move and try and get him a good picture. So they understand that.
All right, you guys, and it looks like it's just about 37 minutes until that curfew sets in. Again, the mayor said that there will be a midnight curfew tonight, and people that stay out could be arrested. I'm going to bring up for you guys the countdown in the corner so you guys can see how many minutes they have left until they have to leave the area. Again, what you see right now in the upper right-hand corner is the countdown for how long the protesters have to stay out there until that midnight curfew hits. Again, it's about 11:15 in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the countdown for how long they can stay out there until the curfew hits. Let me reset it actually so that it's absolutely accurate, because if it's about 11:16 there right now, so they actually might have a little bit more time. Let me reset it. Hold on. Okay, so that's more accurate, because it's like 11:17 there right now. And so this is the countdown for when the curfew will come. And again, that might mean that they could be arrested if they stay on the scene. Again, you guys are watching this live. This is live video right now of the protests in Charlotte, North Carolina. After a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday, he's been identified as an African-American man, 43 years old, Heath Lamont Scott. His family says that he was just holding a book during the time of the shooting, that he did not have a weapon. Police say the opposite, that he did have a weapon and that he posed a threat, so they had to shoot. Now they're protesting again tonight, saying they want to see the video of that shooting. So they have been yelling in the streets, release the video, release the video. They've also been yelling Black Lives Matter and whose streets, our streets. Again, what you see in the upper right-hand corner is the clock for when the curfew is going to hit there. The mayor has issued a midnight curfew. They have about 40 minutes and 40 seconds left until they have to leave the streets, and if they don't, they could be arrested. The crowds could get hostile. We really don't know. Hopefully not, because last night it was a lot more violent. One man was actually shot and killed there last night by another citizen on the ground. He was taken to the hospital and put on life support, but it was confirmed that he did die today. People were also throwing rocks at police. Police were then throwing tear gas into the crowd. Brittany asked if there were any other feeds. Brittany, I could change to a feed where you can see the ground and all the people still out there. Let me change to that, and you guys can let me know what you think. No sound on this video because this is a chopper video, but this is just a live look right now of how many people are still out there. Again, in the upper right-hand corner, this is the countdown for how long they have until they have to leave, because the mayor issued a curfew tonight for midnight. It's about 11:20 there. I'm reading what you guys are saying right now on our Facebook Live and our YouTube page. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, if you want, hit the subscribe button or hit the like button on our Facebook page. That way you can always see live videos like this in your feed and be able to see what's going on all across the United States. Spencer says, so looting is an acceptable form of protest. No, I mean, you're right, Spencer. I mean, there was a lot of looting, a lot of cars smashed, a lot of windows to stores smashed. People have been asking, why would you want to hurt your city? Daphne says, thanks for the live feed. Again, in the upper right-hand corner is the timer for how much longer they're allowed to be out there until the curfew is set there in Charlotte, North Carolina. The mayor declared a state of emergency last night after protests got extremely violent. One man was shot and killed during the protests by another citizen there on the ground. They had to call in the National Guard and Highway State Patrol just to come in and help these police officers. So tonight, they're setting a curfew. They have about 37 minutes and 10 seconds left until they have to clear the area. Again, what they are asking is they want police to release the video of the man who was shot and killed by police on Tuesday night. But police are saying that they are not willing to release the video just yet. They need to continue their investigation. Becca says there are so many people still out there for less than 40 minutes on curfew. Yeah, Becca, you're right. Hopefully these people might not even know that there is a curfew. Obviously, I know and you guys know because we're on the internet right now, and we can see on Twitter that the mayor has issued a curfew, but if they're out there, if police haven't told them, they might not even know there is a curfew. KJ says they're rioting. Leandria says they better run home. Frankie says they can't get home in time. Frankie, you're right. I mean, if they're all out there in the middle of the street right now, we've got 35 minutes left on the clock. It's going to take a while to get, you know, from the middle of downtown to back home. I think what they're just asking is clear the area, you know, get back in your cars, get a taxi, whatever it is you need to do, and go home. They want to keep the people there in Charlotte safe because, again, like I said last night, one of the protesters was shot and killed. Gina says it looks like they're breaking up. Gina, you're right. It does look like they're kind of dispersing right now. Maybe they realized, hey, we only have about 34-ish more minutes on the clock. Again, what's important here is that everyone just stays safe, and it's good to see that this is a lot less violent than last night's protests. People did come out tonight again, though, wearing masks, wearing bandanas across their faces, just in case there was tear gas being thrown again. Looks like streets are clearing out just in time. We're going to stay on this for you guys for as long as we have the video. We're not sure where the people have gone. They might not have gone home. They might have moved to a different location. So again, we're going to stay on this video for you guys for as long as we can. Rick asked if there was another feed from the ground. Rick, there is, but all it is right now is a photographer moving to a new location, so you can't really see much. He's just walking on the sidewalk. So I'll stay on these live aerials right now until they find their location, and then I'll change to the next video. Michael says this is a riot, not a protest. Michael, you're probably right. I mean, last night they were definitely calling these riots. Again, we're not sure if the chopper is going home, but we're going to stay on this for as long as we can. Rick says, where are these young kids' parents? Rick, we're not sure. They could be out there with them, or they might not know where their kids are tonight. As you guys can see in the upper right-hand corner, that is the clock for the countdown. It looks like the protests have cleared out. This is the only video we really have left.
So we don't know if he's like on the other side of the bars or...
All right, you guys. Well, it looks like this is the end of the protests tonight. As you can see, it looks like the chopper might be going home. You can't see much on the streets anymore. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see there was about 30 minutes left on the clock for people to get home. Looks pretty quiet out there in Charlotte right now. It's surprising to see how fast it can build up and how fast it can calm down. Really quiet out there in Charlotte. It's kind of surprising. I don't know where all those people went so quickly. There were hundreds of people out there, and it looks like they've all dispersed. They must have found out about that midnight curfew. Again, you guys saw on that clock there was only 30 minutes left. I think that they just, wanted to get out of there. I don't think anybody wanted to get arrested tonight, hopefully. So I think it's good that this ended a little bit more peacefully than last night. Well, it looks like those are some protesters there. Hard to see really what's going on there right now. Not entirely sure what we're looking at right here. They might just be gathered around. Again, they have about 20 more minutes until the curfew is set in. Again, you guys, these are live aerials of Charlotte, North Carolina right now, where this is the third night of protests after a man was shot and killed there on Tuesday. He was an African-American 43-year-old man. His family says he did not have a gun on him, that he was just holding a book. Police say no, he had a gun on him and he was posing a threat. So today, the public is asking to release the police video so that they can see what really happened. So this is the third night of protests. Again, not really sure why they're all gathered around there right now, but there is a curfew set tonight. The mayor set a curfew for midnight. They have about 20 more minutes until they have to leave. Last night, a man was shot and killed there, one of the protesters, by another man on the street. He was sent to the hospital and put on life support for a few hours, but today it was confirmed that he did die. And if you're just joining us and you're wondering, this doesn't really look like a protest right now. You're right, it doesn't. It just sort of looks like a lot of people are gathered downtown right now. But earlier, they were being called protests. They were out holding signs, yelling, Black Lives Matter, whose streets, our streets, release the video. But right now, it sort of looks like they're just gathered around in downtown Charlotte. There's not much sound on this video right now because this is from a chopper. But we'll stay on this for you guys as long as we can. Again, they only have about 15-20 minutes until curfew hits there. We're not really sure if they know that there's a midnight curfew, if they're being told and they just don't want to go home. But anybody that disobeys the curfew could be arrested there. Again, if you guys are watching, commenting, chatting right now, feel free to hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel. That way you can see live videos like this every day. We stream live from all over the US of whatever the big story of the day is, whatever is happening. So if you guys want to hit that subscribe button, we'd appreciate it. This is the Fox News Now stream. Looks like people are moving now. Thank you for everybody that's commenting that they subscribed. We appreciate that. I think you guys will really enjoy how much live video we do bring down every day to show you guys what's going on around the U.S. It's one thing to read about it, but it's another to see it live as it's happening. Again, this is the Fox News Now stream. We appreciate you watching. Looks like people are walking right now. We're not really sure if all these protesters parked downtown or if they shared rides, but this is a lot of people that need to get out of this area before the curfew. They have less than an hour to get home. Again, this is all because a black man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday in Charlotte, North Carolina. His family says he did not have a gun on him, that he was just holding a book, but police say, no, he did have a gun on him and he posed a threat. So that is what the protests are out there for. They don't believe that he had a gun on him. They're now asking the police to release the video. Police are saying, we don't want to release the video yet until the investigation is done. Again, another man was actually shot and killed last night during the protests. One of the protesters out there was shot and killed by another civilian there on the street. That's when the mayor called in the National Guard and the Highway State Patrol to help police out there trying to keep people safe. And tonight, the mayor has issued a midnight curfew. Again, less than an hour until all these people on the streets here have to get home. And also, comment below if you want me to take a video from the ground right now, as you can see people walking, or if you guys prefer these aerial shots. I want to know what you guys would prefer to see. It looks like you guys want shots from the ground, so I'm going to go there now, and hopefully we'll have some sound as well.
don't intervene unless it gets to the point where somebody's being punished. The only thing for him, the person is really wise, right? Because he's completely wrong. Whereas, if somebody tries to grab anything, that's where you probably not. That seems to be the case in my role. He's up there. Don't stay together, guys. Hey, DC.
We have to stand together. Keep the group tight.
Hey, I got you. What's going on? Thank you. Yep, I got you. Rick, you trying to get your workout in, man? You're walking so fast. So you trying to get your workout in my pace? Hold on, dude. All right, we're keeping up. We're keeping up. Are they taking any of this or what?
We've been up the whole time. We should probably stay up towards the front. I mean, if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen in the front. Yeah, I agree with that. Keep walking.
Again, you guys, I wanted to remind you it is 11:44 there right now in Charlotte. The mayor has issued a midnight curfew. So just a little bit longer, about 15 more minutes until they have to go home.
Let's go.
Hey, Mark, what's going on, man? Here, I want to just back up. Let me just show you something. Are they going to come to you? Yeah, they're coming to us. All right, yeah, let's go over here. All right. I'm ready whenever you guys are. Just tell me what you want to do. Yeah, do you want any live interviews or not? You want any live interviews or not? Copy that. Copy that. I got some new information from the cops, too. We're going to talk about the National Guard, too, behind us, okay? All right, copy that.
They had a cause, they stuck to it. They had a statement that they was trying to make, they stuck to it. It's just modern day statements. They feel that the injustice is, they're tired of it. They're fed up with it, and they're just trying to make that statement.
Let's talk real quick about this is completely different than what we saw last night here. What is the reason that this night has remained so peaceful? And let's hope it stays that way, right?
Yeah, let's definitely hope it stays that way. It's about 20 minutes till curfew. But I think that just there was a lot more positive people out here. A lot more groups were involved tonight that wanted to make a statement peacefully. You didn't see a lot of the young, angry people out here tonight that's been out here the past 2 nights. So I think that was definitely a big cause of that.
Thank you so much, Curtis.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate
Yeah,
it. So again, just a few minutes away from that curfew. Curtis is hoping these people go home, but of course, only time will tell if that happens. Back to you guys.
Minutes from now at midnight. They say there haven't been any real orders in terms of what to do about all these people who are standing now right in the middle of College Street and Trade. And this is what they call the actual epicenter of Charlotte. It's where all the restaurants are, where all the bars are, the Ritz-Carlton that they had tried to attack yesterday, and yet the intersection is shut down. What we do know is that police tactics have changed a great deal since yesterday. There used to be, yesterday, a lot of riot police out here in those big turtle suits. We're not seeing that. What we are seeing, though, here at the Omni Hotel, where the shooting happened yesterday, is a lot of National Guard troops out front. We have about a dozen or so National Guard troops here, another dozen or so on every one of these intersections here, and it has a very different posture. The other thing that the police have is they've shut down a number of these streets is riot police in buses that are then following these crowds that have moved all around this city. So when they went to the highway, the riot police went there. When they've come back into the main city, they've come here as well. We've got chants of no justice, no peace, but also if you look over there, we've got Palestinian flags, we've got flags about anarchy, we've got all sorts of different things. And now sort of has started some of the sit-in movements here as it's getting a little bit closer to midnight. Protesters feel as though they're getting kind of ready to perhaps have some kind of confrontation with police, Shep. Yeah, sounds good. Are you guys off at midnight, or what's the plan? Do we know? Yeah. All right, I'll have them. Are you guys done with us, or what's your plan?
Again, you guys, it's 11:49 there in Charlotte. North Carolina, the mayor has issued a midnight curfew. They have about 10 minutes left until they have to clear out. Doesn't really look like they're going to. We'll see what happens in about 10 minutes. Again, we appreciate you guys watching the Fox News Now stream, where we stream live events from all over the U.S. Monday through Friday on our YouTube channel here. You can see. And if you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. If you want to see videos like this in your feed every day, we'll continue to stay on this video. Again, this all started because 3 days ago, a black man was shot and killed by police there in Charlotte, North Carolina. The officer who shot him is also African American, and he has been put on paid administrative leave as procedure. The crowds tonight were asking the police to release the video so they can see what really happened, because the family is saying that he did not have a gun on him, that he just had a book, where the police are saying, no, he had a gun on him, he posed a threat. So now the people are asking the police to release the video. Police are saying they do not want to release the video right now as they are still investigating what happened. Again, we appreciate you guys watching the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to switch over to what it looks like better video for you guys.
Oh, Lord. Oh, my God.
You got yourself in a jam.
Oh, let me tell you, it's been every night.
I mean, yeah.
It's every night. It's like, just because what I'm black, you think Tuesday night, it was in my face. What side are you on? What side are you on? How are they getting these people off the streets of Midwest?
I don't know. I haven't been able to get a good answer to that question. A lot of them I'm not sure even know.
I did understand that if you were at work, you were
Well, I
at
guess
work.
they're working.
Again, I put that timer up again in the upper right-hand corner. This is how much time they have left until they have to go home. About 7 more minutes. Looks like police are on bikes there, just out making sure that people are going home.
With the crowd, we stay with
About 6 minutes and 45 seconds until that curfew is set there in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hello.
I appreciate you guys watching. I am reading all of your comments right now as they come in on the live chat on our YouTube page. Again, you're watching the Fox News Now stream.
Crowd forces.
Can't really hear much out there right now. Definitely a lot less violent than it was last night, but police do not leave the area until every last person has gone home. We'll see how the crowds react tonight to this curfew. We don't know if we'll see people getting arrested. We're not really sure what's going to happen, but again, we've got 5 minutes and 25 seconds until that curfew is set in stone there at Charlotte, North Carolina. Brandon says, I hope everyone gets home okay tonight. Brandon, you're right. Hopefully this is much more safe than last night. Last night, one protester was actually shot and killed there by another civilian on the ground. So tonight, they have taken extra precaution to make sure that people go home. That's why they've set the curfew. They've called in the National Guard, the Highway State Patrol to help the police officers there. And those are some live aerials. You can see there's still a lot of people out right now. Let me switch the video, or actually this is okay for right now. So yeah, you can see all the people that are still out there. We also have a video of the ground where you can see people walking. I'm going to see which one is better to take for you guys. Again, 3 minutes left on the clock until that midnight curfew is set there in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm going to switch the video for you guys on the ground. This looks like it could be better video. Well, I thought that was better video, but let me switch back for you guys. Sorry about that. Again, you can't really hear anything on this video because it's from the chopper, but as you can see, we're looking at all the live feeds here of different angles on the ground and in the air there at Charlotte. You can see how many people are still out on the streets right now. 50 seconds to go. Obviously, they're not going to be able to get home in time for this curfew, so we're not sure what could happen. We appreciate you guys watching. This is the Fox News Now stream. If you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. That way you can see videos like this every day. We stream live from all the events that are happening around the world, including the Hillary Clinton and the Donald Trump rallies, fires, car chases, anything that is happening, including the protests tonight. And we appreciate you guys commenting on the live chat right now. I am reading your comments. Thank you for the people that are saying they subscribed. Okay, 0 seconds on the clock. The curfew is now set in.
Facebook Live.
I took it off because obviously the countdown is done. That curfew is now set. It is midnight there. Looks like a reporter is going to go live soon. I will go to him as soon as he starts talking.
It's going to be interesting because I don't know how word of mouth got around. We basically told a pastor, and then he stood at the corner, and as the protesters were going by that big group, he started shouting out, "Curfew in 2 hours, guys, curfew in 2 hours." So that was his way of spreading the word. How much of it did it get around? I have no
Here, let's go around them. Yeah. Good, Linda. How are you?
Organizers who said that he was trying to encourage people to go back home after this, but it's unclear if people are going home right now or if they plan on staying out here for a while. But after the incident that happened on 277 where people went out into the road, it looked like they were going home. That's what the protest organizers said they believed was going on, but that's not what happened. It seems like they regrouped and are coming through here again. And you can see it just escalated. We had some person that just threw water on us. And so it was peaceful, and we're going to send it back to you guys.
Yeah, we're good. It's just water.
Keep moving.
Thank you. You guys be safe.
Keep going.
That stupid bitch. The fucking water bottle. I should did it.
It seems to be still staying peaceful.
I apologize.
No, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that.
Don't stop. Don't stop. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Well, you guys just saw it. It looked like one of the reporters actually got water thrown on her during her live shot there. You got to give it to the reporters and the police officers that are out there right now trying to protect the community. A lot of the reporters that I saw yesterday were getting tear gas in their eyes, just like the protesters were, because they're out there trying to bring us the latest information. Again, we appreciate you guys watching this with us on the Fox News Now stream. Obviously, curfew is set in. It's midnight there right now, and people have not gone home. We're not sure if they're walking towards, if they're walking towards an area where they can leave. We're not really sure. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is all because a black man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday of this week in Charlotte, North Carolina. Protests have been happening every day since then. This is the third night of protests. Last nights were very violent. We streamed those too. I don't know if you guys watched those with us, but there was tear gas being thrown. Protesters were throwing rocks, fireworks. Buildings were being broken into. Glass was being shattered on cars, on store windows. So this is actually more peaceful than last night. As you can see, it looks like a lot of people have gone home and are trying to obey that midnight curfew that the mayor has set in tonight. A little hard to see here what exactly is going on, but it looks like people are still walking around down there. Again, there's a midnight curfew. They are supposed to be going home. We appreciate you guys watching. I am reading all of your comments right now. Ed says it's 12:09 a.m. there. You're right, Ed. It's time to go home. And comment below. I want to know what you guys think. If you were protesting out there right now, would you obey the curfew and go home, or would you stay out there marching in the streets? I want to know. Comment what you would do if you were there right now. Blake says he would leave. Anne says she would obey the curfew. A lot of people are saying leave and go home. Personally, I would leave because I'm not really sure what would happen if you don't. You know, do you stay out there all night and risk getting arrested? Again, you guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. It looks like everyone's sort of heading in the same direction. I don't know if there's a leader in all of this that's leading them somewhere, or if they're all just sort of following each other. This is, again, live protests in Charlotte, North Carolina right now after a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. Again, if you guys are watching, it looks like some streets are really quiet and peaceful right now. Or that one road that we were watching looked like there were still a lot of people walking home. Hopefully walking home. We're not actually sure where they're walking right now, but they're still out there. I'm not sure when the police are actually going to start doing something about them still being out because of that curfew. But I appreciate you guys watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. And I am reading all of your comments as they come in. Can't read all of them on the air, but all right, you guys, well, I think we're going to get out of this because it looks like the streets are pretty clear at this point. But we do appreciate you guys watching. Again, I'm looking at all the live videos right now, and it looks like streets are pretty clear at this point. Again, there is a midnight curfew there. So hopefully everybody does go home. Oh, actually, we might see them marching again. Bear with me here. I'm trying to see if we can see it in the live video here. Again, this all happened tonight because a black man was shot and killed on Tuesday by police. This is the third night of protests. We are going to get another reporter out in the field here soon, it looks like, so let me take you back to that video.
M-I-K-E. Spell your last name for me.
C-A-M-P-A-G-N-A.
C-A-M-P-A-G-N-A. But if you want to do this, we got to do this now. Linda?
Yeah, real quick, I've lost my crowd. They've moved, and I need to get with them, so let's do this.
Linda?
Brian.
Okay, well then we're not going to get him. He's moving. So you got about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
We're wrapping our guest. Hold on. Linda? Well, tell him if you want this, you got to do it now.
or CNN's going to get it. Here we go. Here we go.
I'm ready. Y'all ready?
1 minute out.
1 minute.
We're right now.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hey. Heather, indeed, the police captain out here who's running the show right now. The demonstrators have actually continued to march on. This is the site of what they called the epicenter last night, where we had all the rioting, where we had the police shooting. Captain, how's it going so far?
Good. I appreciate that. I'm not running the show, though. There are people with more rank than me calling the shots. I'm just out here trying to monitor the group and see what's going on.
Give us a sense. What is going on with this group?
This is a great group, much different than we had last night. We've got a lot of people inside the group that are helping us out and maintain that control. They're doing the lion's share of the work, and we're just following along.
So many questions about what was going to happen at midnight. We had this midnight curfew. Conceivably, a curfew means you're off the streets, but it seems like you guys are sort of letting people continue to march. Why?
Right. Because it's peaceful, and if it's peaceful, we can follow that. We do have that curfew used as a tool if that's what it comes down to. If things go sideways, we can use that if it comes to it.
So if this goes on till sun up, you'll follow people marching around the streets all night?
Not the ideal situation, but we do what we got to do.
Give us a sense of the difference in the posture. We don't see the riot police out in the same way that we did last night. Is that because things have changed on the streets, different tactics? What's going on?
Yeah, we're going to respond to the feedback that we're getting. We're going to respond to what we're getting from the crowd. And the crowd's been peaceful, and we responded in turn.
National Guard a big help?
I think so. They help us with some fixed spots, so we don't have to keep running around, leapfrogging place to place. They can stay in some key areas and keep those places secure.
What's different about the crowd? What are you hearing that makes this crowd so different? Is the anger just been let out, or are there some community leaders that are helping you? What's happening?
There are a lot of people from the community that are inside this group, and they are doing the lion's share of their work. I can see them physically pulling people back, talking people down, mediating disputes, and standing between some of the more aggressive folks and the officers. The credit really goes to them. I mean, the credit for this march goes to those peacekeepers that are walking inside the group.
What's your guys' plan for the coming 6 or so hours? How does this play out?
We're going to walk. And in fact, I've got to go find my group. So I've got to go do that now.
All right, Captain, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much. And Heather, this is what's sort of most interesting about the way this has been done and so different about tonight than yesterday. Give you a sense of where we are. This is where the shooting that Mike Tobin was taking place. This is where the shooting took place, the Omni right here, and you can see the National Guard out. What also the captain probably was not talking as much about is how many riot police officers are all over the place around this town staged. And you do get a sense that the police felt like, from based on what happened last night, that they'd rather not have the kind of confrontations with rioters that they had last night, and they feel if they can back off the tension a little bit, then perhaps things can stay peaceful, as we just heard them talking about. All right, we're going to keep walking.
You know what? We ought to jump in the car. We ought to jump in the car and get up there with it.
Do we know where they are?
Looks like we did lose some sound there, you guys. But we were able to hear, I'm glad I stayed on that, because we were able to hear another interview of exactly what's going on there right now.
Yeah, well, ESPN, I think MLB Network's covering a lot of them. Yeah. Like everybody's signing up to cover. You saw that the other day with KTLA.
There's a look in right now. Free look in on Giants.
Sean, yeah, so we're going to have the two pictures from mid-roll. There's going to be two pictures and none. What's going to be? I have three pictures, so I have all.
Looks like the reporter's getting ready to talk again, so let me up the sound, see if it works.
Okay, I guess not.
We're going to do a live show.
Sorry about that. Again, you guys, thanks for watching. This is the third night of protests that have been going on in Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know if you guys were watching a live stream with us last night, but that was way more violent than the one we've been seeing tonight. As you can see, a lot of the people have actually already cleared out, but last night, protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks even at police. You could hear explosions, like little mini explosions all night. It was really scary to watch and hear. They were also smashing in car windows and breaking the windows in front of stores. We saw this all live happen last night. One man was actually shot and killed there during the protest. So tonight, they issued that curfew. They've called in the National Guard because they do not want the same thing to happen again tonight. I'm going to take you guys to the live aerial shots here, actually. That's a little bit better video. As you can see, all those people are still out there right now. Looks like a lot less than earlier, but still, you know, a lot still walking out there right now. We're going to stay on this feed for you guys as long as we can. Not sure where all these people are walking. If you guys could comment below and guess where you think these people are walking. Do you think that they're all heading home in the same direction? Do you think they're just going to a new location? What do you think they're doing right now? All right, you guys, if you're just joining us, again, you can see all the people that are still out there right now on the streets of downtown Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm watching live with you guys right now on our live stream. Protests, they actually started about 2 days ago there in Charlotte, North Carolina. So this is the third night of protests. Again, we don't have much sound on this video because we do have a chopper up in the air. You can't hear much about what's going on the ground right now, but we can see that there are still dozens of people out there right now. And as you guys know, it is after midnight there, so we're at curfew time. Not really sure what happens now that the curfew is happening right now. It's past midnight there in Charlotte, North Carolina, and as I told you guys earlier, the mayor did set a midnight curfew. So again, we're just looking at the live aerials there of Charlotte. I'm going to try and find you guys the latest video to see what's going on there down on the ground. Looks like this is actually the only video we have left, you guys. Not sure if the other reporters went home or if we're just waiting for them to get new video up, but this is still live aerials of the streets there right now in Charlotte, North Carolina. It looks fairly peaceful. Looks like maybe they're just all kind of heading home together. Maybe some people are sharing rides, getting a cab, maybe ordering an Uber. I don't know, but the point is there is a midnight curfew and they do have to clear the area. Actually, it looks like we got some live video of the ground again. Would you guys rather see the aerials right now, or do you want to go back down on the ground where the people are? Let me know in the comment section. I'm just going to show you guys both. I'm going to put the ground in the upper right hand corner here. So bear with me here for a second. And the sound you're going to hear is from the ground that's in the box in the upper right hand corner.
That this curfew is going to be in effect until Governor McCrory lifts the state of emergency for Charlotte. So that could be several days. It could be up to a week. Who knows how long it could be. So really the only heavy police presence that we're seeing is when they get close to the roadways. So it'll be interesting to see when we get back into the heart of Uptown if authorities try to do anything to enforce this curfew. Because right now these people are being allowed to just openly walk the streets tonight. So again, we are walking directly back into Uptown Charlotte right now. Time 12:30 a.m., 30 minutes after the curfew went into effect tonight. But again, these protesters being allowed to walk the streets openly without any interference from law enforcement.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
It's Mary Kate here again for you guys. Just wanted to let you guys know that it is 12:30 there right now. So 30 minutes after curfew, and this is how many people are still out. Again, full video you can see in the screen are live aerials. In the upper right-hand corner is video from the ground.
So we just passed by a couple of National Guard soldiers in front of a building over here. There's a Wells Fargo building right up here to our right. Kind of feels like some of the energy is going down just a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know if maybe everybody's tired like we are from walking so many laps around the city, but it is getting late. Thankfully, we haven't seen a single flashbang go off or anything even close to what we saw. Yeah, I don't know if what we saw on the freeway was a flashbang, but we saw some kind of gas or smoke go off. Again, it was only a few canisters, and it was when they were trying to get folks off of the freeway or the highway.
CNN just said no curfew. Fuck Fox News. Brings no peace. All y'all do, all y'all do is slaying to the other side. Y'all go to news. Back to 45. Let Kirk Putney know we're gonna vote him out. Let the Panthers know. Cam Newton, until you kneel down, we will surround Panther Stadium. There will be no game, I promise you.
You plan to protest on Sunday?
We plan to protest on Sunday.
We plan to protest every day. Fuck that.
All right, again, we apologize for the language here. We apologize for the language here.
There will not be a game here Sunday.
Know that. And I'm a Panther fan, but it will not be a game here Sunday. It will not be a game here Sunday.
There will no game. Tom, ain't no game.
So you guys are hearing to hear some of the protesters out here.
If they release that tape Friday, it might not. We might let them live. If they release the tape Friday, I don't think they will though. They're not done editing it.
All right, so as you guys hear from the protesters here, they're saying even though they're Panthers fans, they're going to be they're going to be protesting out at the stadium, and they're saying they're going to protest until there's not a game there. Huh? There's a lot of custom. They can public.
It'll take a while though.
Can I talk on the mic? Is you protesting Sunday?
Are you,
Awesome. Hold up.
Can you promise no cussing? All right, man. Let me ask you one question. A protester just told us they plan to be out at the stadium on Sunday protesting the Panthers game. Do you plan to do that?
To be honest with you, the Panthers didn't do nothing wrong to the city. I doubt that's going to happen.
Okay. So the curfew went into effect about 30 minutes ago. Obviously, everybody.
Until everybody decides that it's been enough. We'll be out here tomorrow, man. No violence, man. No violence at all.
Yeah, what do you think about the difference between what we saw last night and tonight? Tonight is it's night and day, isn't it?
Way more peaceful tonight.
And what do you think changed?
That man was killed right there by another officer.
The city says it was a civilian on civilian. I understand protesters are saying it was.
Wasn't out here like I was.
Can't believe everything the news say. Can't believe everything the news say. It's people out here who've seen it happen, who's right there with that man. Who's right there with that man.
So you guys believe that the shooting last night is what is leading to the more peaceful stuff tonight?
Yes, because we're tired of this, man, and we actually trying to make a difference.
How they killed that man while he's sitting in the car waiting on his kid, and y'all trying to serve a warrant, and y'all still ain't found the man who y'all looking for. But you gonna kill this other man though.
If it comes down to
this stuff is going on nationwide, and everybody tired of it. Police involved shootings. It's not about race or none of that. It ain't about race or none of that. They will kill you if you black. They'll kill you if you white. It ain't about race or none of that. It needs to stop.
If it comes down to it tonight,
police are equipped with tasers. They're equipped with tasers. They're equipped with knives. You can shoot somebody in the leg and it's gonna get them up off for you. Why do you have to kill somebody, shoot them multiple times at that? I done seen a police involved shooting where you jump on the roof of somebody's car and shoot through the car 20 times for what? That's overkill.
Question for you guys. You said you plan to be out here as long as you need to. If authorities decide they're going to start arresting people, are you guys willing to be arrested tonight?
We're not worried about no curfew. We out here standing for a cause. We out here standing for a cause. We're not worried about no curfews.
Family did it when this was going on back in the
I'm
day.
pretty sure it's past 12 o'clock by now, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever.
No violence. We're just trying to make sure everything get handled the right way.
Yep. All right, well, thank you guys both for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, you guys heard it there. They're not concerned about this curfew tonight, so it sounds like they plan to just keep walking. We are back here at the epicenter now. The epicenter was closed down tonight because of some of the damage, the looting, the breaking in, everything we saw at epicenter last night. We got a few National Guard soldiers up here to the right. David, do you mind panning into the National Guard really quick? So this is, for those of you who aren't from Charlotte, excuse me, this is the epicenter. It's officially closed down tonight. This is where a lot of the clubs, the bars, movie theater, bowling alley, a lot of the stuff to do in downtown is here at the epicenter, but it's closed down tonight because of some of the damage that we witnessed from the violent riots last night. Now, thankfully, we haven't seen that tonight. And, all right, it looks like the protest group is stopping in. Once again, we are back here in the middle of College and, is this Trade Street here or Tryon? College and Trade, okay. So we're back in the middle of the intersection here. And this is where, once again, those violent protests were last night. Very different scene tonight, though. So 24 hours ago, we saw flashbangs and smoke going off and people getting hurt. Tonight, it's very peaceful. It's very quiet. Everybody's out past curfew. But again, nothing to be concerned about right now in terms of any violence or like that. So let's let you guys just take a look around and listen right now. All right, so it looks like once again the crowd is trying to decide which way they want to go now. Again, down the street over my right shoulder is Time Warner Cable Arena. That's where the Hornets play. There was the team store got broken into last night and looted. Just behind the camera angle you're looking at right now is the Omni Hotel. That's where the man was shot last night. Again, you're hearing the protesters say that it was a police officer who did it, but the city is saying it was civilian on civilian. So it looks like we're going to keep walking up College Street right now. Hey, what's up, guys? Just reunited with some of our Fox 46 coworkers here at the intersection of College and Trade Street. And all right, so it looks like they're walking down College now. And this group is still several hundred folks strong. It doesn't look like it's thinned out at all. Doesn't look like anybody cares about this curfew. As you heard from the people we interviewed, they're not worried about being arrested. They're not worried about any curfew. And they basically said that authorities aren't doing anything about it, so they're not going to stop. So let's keep following them. Going on 5.5 hours of following them about now. And again, the Ritz-Carlton over here. The Ritz-Carlton over here is being protected by National Guard soldiers. So right here is where police had a line pushing forward, and that's where we saw a lot of the flashbangs going on and everything. Again, we apologize for the profanity here. We're going to turn the mic off for a minute or so. 1 second.
Ooh. Sorry for that feedback, guys. I want to see There's another video. I'm going to switch it real quick to see if we can have any sound on that one. So bear with me here while I switch over to another view of the ground. Doesn't seem like you can hear much here. Again, both views are pretty much the same. Again, these people are out here right now protesting because a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday in Charlotte, North Carolina. Looks like the reporter might be talking again. Let me turn the volume.
On Facebook Live, we're going to finish up our live stream right now. It doesn't look like police are going to be enforcing this curfew anytime soon. Thank you, appreciate it. And these protesters are just going to keep making loops around the uptown area. Again, in summary, it was such a better night tonight. No violence, very peaceful. The only issue was some people getting on the freeway. But again, very peaceful protest, night and day, and it was great to see. So we're going to end our Facebook Live tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll continue to update on social media at fox46charlotte.com. Thanks again for joining us tonight, guys.
You say that very professional, bro. You riding with the...
All right, sorry about that, you guys. It looks like we might have lost the... That's better. Looks like we might have lost the feed there. We do have one left. Let me take you there. People there still on the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is the only video that's still streaming. Let me take you there right now. Again, it looks like they are not obeying that curfew. All right, you guys, it's Mary Kate again. I just wanted to give you guys an update here. This is the third night of protests here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Definitely a lot less violent than Wednesday night's protests, but again, the mayor has issued a midnight curfew, and it looks like they're still out there. We're not sure how long they're going to be staying there, but we'll stay on this video for you as long as we can. Not sure why everyone just started cheering there. Maybe a car was beeping their horn. Again, you guys are still watching this. This has been going on for like, I want to say 3 hours now, 3-4 hours. Mayor put on a midnight curfew. Obviously, they're not obeying it. Unless they're heading somewhere where there isn't the curfew, but the mayor put out this curfew, midnight. They're heading somewhere. Again, we do appreciate you guys watching right now. I am reading all of your comments. If you want, go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just hit that subscribe button. That way you can see us live every day. We stream videos from all across the U.S. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Hit that subscribe button if you want. That way you can see live video like this every day. It's you know, like I said before, it's one thing to read about what's going on in the news. It's another thing to see it live as it's happening. You guys are witnessing these live protests right now. Anything could happen. Oh, that looked like a scary mask there. See, a lot of people are wearing masks and bandanas across their mouths, just in case there's tear gas.
I'm still with you. What's up, guys? So what's the goal now? You just keep on marching? How late are you going to go tonight?
Oh boy, where he stay, that guy right there.
Yeah. Oh, he's a driver, huh?
Yeah.
What'd you drive in?
Yeah,
How far away? Wow. I'll be safe driving home.
Where you from?
Chicago. safe. All right, buddy. That's at county jail. What is that? Two cops? Seconds.
All right, you guys, well, we're all watching this together right now. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the aftermath of a shooting of a black man on Tuesday in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is the third night of protests. The mayor set a midnight curfew. We appreciate you guys watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. This is our last live feed right now. All the other videos have gone to black. It looks like they are heading somewhere else. Again, they've calmed down. As you can see, it looks like they're just walking together now. I wonder if I'm not sure if all the people there know where they're headed, or maybe they do. I'm unsure. But again, you guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. And if you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can watch us Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Again, if you guys are watching, protesters heading somewhere. They're all walking together right now. Appreciate you guys watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. This is sort of the aftermath of the protests that started about 3-4 hours ago. Really appreciate you guys sticking with us on this. Not really sure where they're headed. Again, there was a midnight curfew set in place tonight. So I think that's why they left the area. This is the only live feed that we have left. The photographer is just staying on this, seeing where these people are going. Oh, looks like the reporter's talking.
And like this way, meaning the direction of the highway. And you got other people who say they want to keep marching in town. If they keep marching in town, they'll do it without incident. They march across the bridge, you're probably not going to see much trouble. If they go back and mess with the highway again, the situation's going to change. No. In fact, I've talked with a few people who say that they are in from out of town. One of the organizers from Greensboro, I just talked with a kid who was here. He said he was from about an hour away. And what's up, buddy? Hey, let me ask you something. Where are you from?
I'm from here in Charlotte. I've been here for 8 years.
Now, with the demonstrators out here, where are most of them from?
Last night, a lot of people from out of state. A lot of people came to Charlotte to be violent, to be aggressive. Tonight, I think a lot of people are from here in Charlotte. A lot of people out here are with the message from here in Charlotte, of the injustice that we feel here in Charlotte. And that's why I honestly believe that's why it's remained so peaceful tonight, is because people here in Charlotte are hurting and just want to be heard and want to be seen.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like right now you're making a decision about whether to go back to the highway.
Yeah. I think the idea is like to stay in Uptown, where it's been mostly calm, mostly peaceful, or to kind of venture out where it looks like they're trying to keep us from going to, and to see what happens. I think personally, I believe that we should, if they're trying to contain us, but also be calm with us, I feel personally we should probably stay in the area that they have us in, because once we deviate from what they're trying to do, that's when aggression will come in.
Yeah. You're one of those guys that don't want any trouble.
Yeah, I don't want.
What's the point you're trying to get across?
What point am I trying to get? Just that that we're trying to be peaceful. That there's a very important message that we're trying to portray. That there's a level of injustice that's being done towards not just black people, but people of color in general, and that there's almost kind of like an ignorance toward it, kind of like it's just been skated over. It's just kind of being pushed under the rug. That lawmakers, that officials are kind of trying to just skate over it instead of dealing with it and making a change towards progress.
What's the change you want? You want more training for police officers?
Yeah, more training for police officers, more training in like ethics. Whereas approaching a situation hostile is a lot more it takes a lot more to be hostile towards a situation than approaching it, assessing the situation, and then acting.
Now, the gentleman who died out here last night, Justin Carr.
Yes, sir.
Now, the fact that he was killed, police say he was killed by another demonstrator.
Yeah.
Does that dissuade you from coming out here?
I actually arrived right after that happened. I did see that they did say that a demonstrator did kill him, and I do know that there was a lot of fighting between demonstrators yesterday. But a lot of people weren't there for it, and a lot of people didn't actually see what happened. He was kind of behind the police lines. So I do think that, same thing. There's a level of non-information about that, what actually happened, and it very well could have been it was, between demonstrators, but just the fact that it could have been from police, there's that level again.
Now, in this case that brought everyone out here, in the case of Mr. Scott,
yes, sir.
The decedent is black. The officer who fired the shot is black.
Yes,
the
sir.
police chief is black.
Yes, sir.
Does that change the dynamic at all?
I think it. One second, sorry. Turn that way.
Okay.
Sorry. I think that's actually very important. That's a very important part of it. That it's not just white officers, it's not just white people as a whole who are against us. There's a problem with the police system in general. It's not just white people. It's not just black people being targeted. It's the police. It's the the officials attacking people of color as a general. People being.
You really feel like people of color are attacked by the police? Police officers come on the job and they want to harm black people.
Maybe not attack. Maybe that's a strong word. I think maybe more so. There's a level of just like not acceptance. Approaching a situation hostile instead of approaching a situation with understanding of trying to know what's going on, rather just coming in ready to go for a hostile situation.
What about the potential that police officers are nervous?
I mean, I do understand that. You know, there's been a lot of situations, you know, even last night where I saw where police officers, there was a couple, like 3 or 4 who got separated from the pack, and protesters approached them, you know, and even myself, I feared for them, you know, and I think there is definitely a level of, you know, of intimidation towards civilians to the police, but also at the same time, you got to remember that these people are supposed to be trained to handle situations. They're supposed to be trained to be able to understand and to be able to adapt to these situations. You know, civilians, you know, they to a certain level they act off of emotion. They act off of, you know, what they feel at that moment. And you know, there should be a higher standard. Should be held at a higher standard. That if you've made this choice to be a law enforcement, if you made this choice, you know, to protect the people, your first and foremost notion should be to protect the people. You know.
Right. Thanks for making your points.
I
appreciate
you talking to me. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
My name's
All
Greg,
right.
by the way.
Oh, Greg, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Kelly, go ahead. Yeah. Well, I got to address it to somebody. Let me see if someone can come by. Well, it doesn't look like there's anybody within reach right now. But take another look around the scene. It looks like a lot of people are sitting down, and that's an indication that you know, this strategy of letting everybody walk it off might be working. Looks to me like people are getting tired as we look around here. Well, that's a tough question. You know, you just have to get in the hearts and minds of people. Sometimes it's just a matter of fact that the steam was let off, or it could be because it all went public, and people are a little bit ashamed that it got out of hand. They came out trying to make a point, and next thing you know, you got opportunists busting out some of the sporting goods stores. So I think there's a little bit of that. I think you've seen a lot of people, when things start to get a little too fired up, you'll have different organizers, people who seem to have a little respect in the crowd, come and tell people, peaceful, peaceful, keep it calm, let's not get out of hand. So I think there's a little bit of people who aren't proud with the way things went last night. And you always have, in every one of these big demonstrations that I have seen, you get opportunists who show up and they hijack the cause. And I think we see that time and again, and I think the police officers, you know, the police community, very much wants to bridge this gap. The question is, how do you do it? I think if you listen to people like the former superintendent in Chicago, Gary McCarthy, he thinks that the police have been hamstrung along the way, and they can't make contact with the general public. And I've heard some of the people in the Fraternal Order of Police say this business of making contact cards, where they fill out a 2-page report every time they stop and talk to someone. Well, that prevents them from getting out and engaging the community, building a relationship with the community, and it certainly prevents them from doing the old-fashioned police work where you find out what's going on in your community, and that's how you conduct your investigations. You got it. Yeah. Thank you.
While you're on the air, I got an email saying you're extending program until 2 a.m.
So we hang around till 2 a.m.?
I got to check that. I probably.
I think we were supposed to stay with these guys till 2 anyway, because they start throwing bottles and stuff.
It was going to be a cut-in until they extended the program.
We can't believe nobody got arrested. They're hugging people. We make a police bad by showing each other love. We're doing that.
$29% left on this phone.
My back is hurting now from carrying this for 13 miles. No way. Tomorrow it's got to be one backpack and half the weight.
What's that?
Well, you guys heard it from him. That was the latest updates of what's going on there in Charlotte. Again, we thank you guys for watching this with us tonight. This is the Fox News Now stream. We stream live events from all over the U.S. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And if you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. That way you can watch us every day of the week streaming these live events. We stream all of the political rallies. We stream fires. We stream the protests. We stream everything that you could think of. Anything that's happening live in the U.S., we stream it for you.
We're heading back to our hotel.
All right, you guys. Looks like they are heading back now. That was the last live video we had of those protests in Charlotte, North Carolina. Again, we're going to bring you the latest information tomorrow, but this is the end of the Fox News Now stream for tonight. We'll be back on the air again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We appreciate you guys watching. Have a good night.